Okay, we are live. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all. Peace to y'all. How are y'all doing? Thank you for coming through. Oh my gosh, y'all, this is about to be, an epic live. Like this is the first time that I've went live on this channel on a Sunday. Okay, we usually do way back Wednesdays live, but y'all, oh my gosh, it's been a crazy um 4 days, okay? I was supposed to, okay, this is the reason that we are doing this in the first place, okay? So, usually what I do, right, after I do my way back Wednesday, I, do like a little short, kind of sum it up or, bringing out something that was interesting in the movie. And I was going to do a short about, how American Indians created whiskey, bourbon, different spirits. So, how about while I'm doing this, I end up coming across some real strange information about the origin of whiskey, right? They say that this man was supposed to have invented it, you know, when he came over from England, blase blase, but there was this one thing that debunked it. So, it kind of got real interesting. I was trying to find, like some copper pots, like a copper distillery, that maybe we was using at the time, or at least something in a mound or something. But when I tell y'all, it took me 15 hours just to find a bowl. Okay. Just to find a bowl. And I'm like, if we got this, how do we not have, if we got copper instruments that are just for decoration and ritual purpose, how do we not have one, used for necessities? That really didn't make no sense to me. So, I ended up in a real serious like rabbit hole. But what I ended up finding, after going through so much just to get the little that I was getting, I ended up getting some stuff that I wasn't even expecting. I wasn't even looking for. And that's why I'm doing this live, because what I ended up finding not only proves some theories that I have, but it just it's information that really no one has really like broken down like that. But without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. So y'all, grab your drinks, grab your snacks, cause we really finna go on a ride. Like this finna be one. Okay. All right. Let me share my screen here. I'm gonna share this screen. Okay. All right. Y'all should be able to see that. Let me see. Make this bigger. Okay. Can y'all see that? Please let me know in the chat if y'all can see that. And peace to whoever is watching. Y'all let me know who you are in the chats, where you from, all that good stuff. So if y'all can see this, I'm finna go on right ahead. All right. So basically, I told y'all that all of this started because I was, looking for information to do a short on the movie that I had did for way back Wednesday, right? We did the movie Chloe. So in the movie, there's a scene where, two of the guys is looking at some corn whiskey. Okay. And that prompted me to, go in because I've seen ads, right? Ads like, let me show y'all. Ads like this. Y'all see that? Let me make this bigger. Make that bigger there so y'all can see that a lot better. Okay, so ads like this. Do y'all see what this is right here? This is called a distillery. This is what you use to make spirits like whiskey, bourbon, gin, tequila, like hard liquor, basically. And this particular this particular ad is called the Black Boy and Steel. The Black Boy and Steel. So seeing ads like this, right? I already know, we got the tobacco on lock. Y'all have seen the tobacco ads. We know that the tobacco ads basically show Indians growing tobacco, bundling the tobacco up to sell it, to ship it across the water. We see Indians smoking the tobacco. We all know that Indians grew tobacco, right? Let me know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you knew this. If you knew that Indians, who are our people, grew tobacco and made entire businesses off of selling it. The Virginia Company, East India Company, West India Company, all these different all these different companies that was made, selling American manufacturers. How many of y'all knew that we grew tobacco, manufactured it into snuff, which is like a powder or whatever, that you dip, snort or whatever. We rolled the tobacco into cigars, cigarettes, all of that, and we sold it. Well, knowing that, apparently, we did the same thing with liquor. Liquor. And I ain't talking about beer, okay? I'm not talking beer. We did the same thing with liquor. So going back, um, like I said, I was looking for different artifacts and implements, that showed us where these copper stills that he was standing next to, the one where you use to make the alcohol, you know, which was the first one? Which was the first one? Couldn't find one. Barely. I barely found one. Okay. So um this all started with that. So what I ended up finding was one, this letter from George Thorpe to John Smith dated December 19th, 1620. Now in this letter, y'all see that? Wish I could make this bigger. But hopefully y'all can see that. Let me see. Okay. There we go. There we go. All right. So in this letter, George Thorpe is talking to John Smith. George Thorpe, first of all, is from England. And he's over here, trying to establish, a piece of the colony for himself. All right. So in this letter, right? In this letter, George Thorpe tells John Smith that, it's hot over here and folks is over here, folks that coming from Europe is over here fainting out because they don't understand that coming over here to this hot, humid climate, you need to be drinking water. Okay. You need to be drinking water. And he goes on to say, all right, that we, y'all see what it say right here? We need to make this smaller. All right, it says, we have found a way to make some good drink of Indian corn. As I protest, I don't know, I have diverse times refused to drink good, strong English beer. Okay, English beer, not whiskey, not scotch, but beer like lagers and ale and stouts and y'all know that stuff that they be drinking. So he says, I have diverse times or many times refused to drink good strong English beer and chosen to drink that. That's that drink of Indian corn. Now, what he talking about is not corn beer or nothing like that they be telling folks about. What he talking about is whiskey. Okay? Good, strong corn whiskey. Okay? Hold on. Can y'all see my screen? Cause these folks talking about I done lost connection. Anyway. All right. So we just saw a letter from George Thorpe to John Smith telling John Smith that, hey man, I done came over here and I done found a way to make some drink from Indian corn, right? And it's better than the English beer that we be over there drinking. All right. Now I'm thinking, okay, that's interesting and all, but everybody's saying like when I'm searching Google or whatever about the origin of whiskey, origin of corn whiskey, everybody is giving him the title of the father or the grandfather of corn whiskey, right? But I'm like, that shit don't make no damn sense because how is he the father of whiskey, right? How is he the father of whiskey? Let me show y'all. Instead of just telling you. Let me show y'all. How is he the father of corn whiskey when y'all wasn't making nothing like that in Europe? And he compared it not to whiskey. He didn't compare it to whiskey. He compared it to beer. Okay. Let me see. Because Google acting stank. Hold on. Well, damn, I ain't. How is they not showing me this shit? Hold on, y'all. Backing up. All right, here we go. The 1620 Distilling Company says that our company is devoted to making a bourbon that blends history and craftsmanship, except, hey, do they really understand the history? Let's see what they say about this. So the grandfather of corn whiskey. In 1620, George Thorpe, our seventh great grandfather, so this is literally his family, y'all. They say he arrived in America with the intention of establishing a college. However, his legacy would grow far beyond education. Upon meeting the Native Americans of the region, George was introduced to their most vital crop, corn. In the fall of that year, he made a groundbreaking decision, which was substituting corn for barley to distill America's first corn whiskey. It says this innovation earned George the title of grandfather of corn whiskey, not just in our family, but in American history. They say in a letter home, George affectionately described his creation as a some good drink of Indian corn, even declaring it superior to good strong English beer. Today, we proudly carry on George's legacy. Proudly carry on the legacy of thievery, honoring 4 centuries of tradition by crafting our own version of that some good drink, a bourbon that blends history, craftsmanship, and bold flavor. So these people are literally using the record, right, to say that he is the one that invented corn whiskey. Okay. But didn't ever see where he compared corn whiskey to English beer. They don't compare. That's like comparing, I don't know, cake to sugar. Like they both sweet, right? But the makeup is totally different. Why is he not comparing it to English whiskey? Now, if you search English whiskey, or just whiskey period, they'll tell you that the origins of English whiskey go back to the 1800s. So if if they already had English whiskey, y'all, first of all, why would he be comparing corn whiskey, okay, American corn whiskey, to English beer and not English whiskey? Well, that's because there was no English whiskey. There was no English whiskey at that time. They didn't have whiskey in England like that until after colonization. Okay. Matter of fact, we have another case of a European, okay, stealing the invention of an American Indian and claiming it as its own, getting all the fame and accolades for it. And basically the world crediting them, the one who sat back and watched as an American Indian showed him how to make this thing. Now he done stole it. I don't know if they saying, well, the person that is my slave, they own it, so I own the slave, so whatever they do, that's my property. Is that your justification? Because Uncle Nearest, they say, was I don't know, he worked for Jack Daniel, whatever, but they say that Jack Daniel stole. Let's read the story, actually. Was it possible the godfather of Tennessee whiskey was a man the world never knew? Just like we don't know who that person is that George Thorpe got that whiskey from. Because ain't y'all seeing? Let me know in the chat if you understanding that George Thorpe, in his letter, compared corn whiskey, okay, good Indian corn drink, to English beer, not English whiskey. Do y'all see that? I wish I could highlight it. But we see that, yeah, it's probably possible that the person who made this good corn drink that George Thorpe did not have anything from England to compare it to other than some beer was an American Indian, right? Who grew the damn corn. So was it possible that the godfather of Tennessee whiskey or good corn whiskey was a man the world never knew? Was it true that a former slave, or I'm going to just say worker, became Tennessee's premier master distiller, helped perfect the process still followed today, and taught his craft to others who would find worldwide fame and become whiskey legends in their own right? Y'all, is we reading the same story? So let us tell you the story of the man they call Uncle Nearest. His name was Nathan Green, to be accurate. Some wrongly insisted his name was Nearest, but there was a little debate about his incomparable whiskey making skills. Just outside of Lynchburg, and that would be Kentucky, right? Up the dirt wagon road, past the old church, and a short trek up Lewis Court or Creek sat the Dan Call farm. Reverend Call, a righteous man and Lutheran preacher of the highest regard, wasn't averse to operating a whiskey still out behind his farmhouse. But one day, his congregants voiced their displeasure with a man of his position engaging in such an ungodly enterprise. The right reverend could not refute such concerns and agreed to turn over the distillery operation to an associate. Around the area, it was common knowledge that the outstanding whiskey coming from the Reverend Steele was being made by Nathan Nearest Green. You might say that by popular demand, Nearest continued his role as head distiller under the new owner. Okay? Y'all following me? It should also be clearly noted that after the blue and the gray laid down their arms, they talking about the Civil War, y'all, and abolition became the law of the land, Nearest chose to keep working at the Call farm as a free man, providing for his family, who found a home of their own on County Line in Lynchburg. Back then, the good folks of Lincoln County were a knowledgeable bunch when it came to farming, milling, and raising fat swine. They also knew their whiskey. Okay, who are these people of Lincoln County? I'm wondering. Anyway, nothing pleased them more than the sight of steam and smoke curling south skyward from the Call property. It signaled that Nearest was hard at work making whiskey that surpassed all others. Uncle Nearest whiskey was soon known as far away as Huntsville and Nashville for its uncommon smoothness and character. Many believed he may have perfected what became known as the Lincoln County process, where whiskey is filtered through sugar maple charcoal. Prior to aging in charred oak barrels, a process that defines Tennessee whiskey and makes it unlike any other distilled spirit in the world. At a time when photography was reserved for the elite and record keeping was arbitrary at best, many details on Nearest Green's life remain unclear. But we can say this with the utmost certainty. A whiskey makers, a whiskey maker of Nearest ability isn't easily forgotten in these parts, where whiskey is as much a fabric of the place as the furrowed fields and the whitewashed church steeples. The scattered remnants of cut stone still remain, but the old distillery on Louse Creek has been gone for generations now. The tin and timber beams, no match for the rigors of nature and time. Yet the legacy of Uncle Nearest is alive and strong and ready to be shared by those who enjoy an exceptional whiskey and those who believe in giving due credit, okay, to a man who worked in the shadows, turning crystal clear water into gold. Okay, I like that story. I like that story. What I like most about that story is that it probably is one story that tells the story of many people. This is also the story of whatever man that, because like they said, time and circumstance, you get forgotten. Okay? Most of us will never be remembered 100 years from now. All right, you get forgotten with time and circumstance and the changing of things. So this same story about Uncle Nearest or Nathan Green, right? Who became obscured by time and by the owner of the still taking credit for his work, his recipe, his process. A man by the name of Jack Daniel. Let me know in the chat if y'all know who this is. And peace to you, T-Hawk. Thank you again for coming through, bro. You always coming through, and I appreciate that. So, it sounds like this same story about Uncle Nearest, the man who was really behind the scenes making this good old Tennessee whiskey. He was the one, okay, not Jack Daniel, who actually crafted this thing, invented this thing, created this thing that they call Tennessee whiskey. So allow me to conflate that story with the story of George Thorpe and him finding, okay, he found a way. It didn't say that he created this. And come on now, if he's from a place where they just drinking beer, you don't distill beer. It's just fermented barley or fermented grain, you don't distill it. Okay? If y'all are only drinking something that is fermented and not distilled, tell me, sir, when did you find a way, quote unquote, to build a distillery and use that distillery to turn, first of all, who you got the corn from? Who you got the corn from? And what come on, y'all, like you got to have a whole distillery. You got to have a whole distillery. So how is you turning corn into corn whiskey when you don't know how to make, you don't know how to distill English beer into English whiskey? How is y'all seeing the fact that this man is talking about English beer and thinking that he talking about whiskey? How are we comparing English beer to corn whiskey? It's an entire, like, you gotta have an entire whole apparatus to make strong spirits. You have to distill the fermented drink. So this is telling me and anybody else with common sense that these people did not have no distilled spirits in England. Not commonly. If you find, okay, when we go back through the research, right, we find that whiskey was being distilled, or they was making distilled spirits in Europe. But you know who was making that? Monks, English monks, and the people that they call the Jacobites. They were, you know, what you would today call a JEW. JEW, if y'all know how to spell. I can't say it because y'all know how they is. Y'all know how the fake ones is. But these English monks or English JEWs, okay, these were dark skinned people who they called Moors, all right? And they were not like the folks that George Thorpe, and I don't know if George Thorpe was, a YT person or if he was a Moor. But if George Thorpe was a YT person, it's very likely that he does not have the credentials, okay? He's not a part of a monastery, all right, where the monks live and where they distill fermented beer into a strong spirit like whiskey. He would not have them credentials to be a part of that group of people. And these people, these monks, were far away from, the towns like London or whatever. They would be up in what they call the moors, okay? Up there in the mountains, and in the English bogs or the moors. They literally named these places after these people. They were two totally different people living two totally separate lives. Matter of fact, you know, the Inquisition ran the Moors up out of the United Kingdom, ran them up out of there. If you wasn't converting to Catholicism, you couldn't be there anymore. And that's how a lot of them ended up over here in America and in the islands. But these people were the ones who were responsible for making English beer into what you call whiskey. But George Thorpe clearly was not one of those people. He was the one that would be drinking the beer and the ale and the lagers and the stouts. That's what he was doing. He wasn't a part of that class of people, that group of people in the United Kingdom that was drinking strong liquor. Okay. So, with this being understood, me using my common sense and literally just reading the letter, the fact that this man didn't have a strong liquor to compare this good drink that somebody then showed him how they make out of Indian corn. All right. This person that's just like Uncle Nearest, and you know, he was forgotten because somebody else, some George Thorpe, has taken credit for something that he didn't even have anything back home to compare it to. The only thing that he could compare this good corn whiskey to was just English beer. And he told you that it was superior to the English beer. It was better than the English beer. Okay? This man did not have no knowledge of building an apparatus called a still or a distiller in order to make fermented grain and water into a whiskey. You understand? So now that we know that this man did not create this good drink of Indian corn, because he don't even know how. He ain't got the right tools. He ain't got the right equipment. Okay? He don't have anything back home to compare it to. Okay? Now that we know this, we can, kind of, my mind is, gears in my mind is turning. And trying to figure out, well, who did make that good that good drink of Indian corn. And I end up finding this article, right, from Whiskey Magazine. I guess this was the man that wrote it. Y'all see this, right? I hope y'all can see this good and clear. See how? Let me know in the chat if you can see this, cause the words might be kind of small with all the ads. Anyway, so let me read this to y'all, and y'all get your snacks and your drinks. We're gonna be doing a lot of reading. I'm taking my time with this, y'all, because this deserves the time that I'm taking. Ain't nobody else is talking about this. And if I ain't gonna do it, who is? So I'm finna take my time, y'all. So get whatever you need so you can relax. So y'all finna be in here for a while. This gonna be a ride. Anyway, so this title, the title of this article is Mythbusters. Ooh, I like that show. Mythbusters, because I'm a mythbuster. You feel me? All right, Mythbusters. The case against George Thorpe. Somebody. Okay. I got somebody on my side. Somebody else had the common sense to say, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Why is this man being why is this man being accoladed, okay, with the title of the grandfather of corn whiskey when he ain't even have it? He ain't even have nothing to compare to it. He compared that shit to English beer. English beer, that's come on now. We know beer ain't whiskey. So somebody else was using their noggin. Okay. So it says that evidence suggests that America's first, or quote unquote first grain distiller, because they know that shit ain't true, may well not have been the first. Now, this person is going to discredit George Thorpe, but he gonna give credit to somebody else who also does not deserve that credit. But I'm gonna be fair. He kind of leaves it, open for you to make your own conclusion. So let's go. There are many myths and misleading claims in the whiskey industry. Y'all, ain't this what this channel is about? All these damn myths and misleading claims these folk be making. Well, let me make some of my own. Anyway, one of the most egregious, okay, is the claim that George Thorpe was America's first grain distiller, let alone a distiller of corn whiskey. He never distilled or brewed. He didn't even make beer, y'all. Like, what the? Anyway, let's keep going. Since the 1950s, many publications, articles, and industry, I'm gonna make this bigger. All right, since the 1950s, many publications, articles, and industry associations have repeated this assertion. Then we just read one from his own family talking about, yeah, our granddaddy made corn whiskey, which you like that. Anyway, denying America's first corn brewers and distillers recognition. And who do y'all think that is? Who's the ones that's always making the shit, right? But some YT person is getting credit for it. Let me know in the chat if y'all know who that is. Who is always the ones putting their innovation, their intelligence, their problem solving skills to work to craft something, some new technology or some new thing, right, that the whole world today enjoys, but they never get the credit for it. Y'all familiar with that? So he says George Thorpe Esquire, lawyer, landowner, and New World investor, was landed gentry. He was allocated acreage near the James River at Berkeley 100 Plantation in Virginia. Think about them Virginia Indians, y'all. And charged with the responsibilities upon his arrival to build and oversee the Church of England University and Indian School at neighboring Henricus. Henricus. Menial or manual work was beneath his station and inclination. Okay? After disembarking at Jamestown in April 1620, he employed Richard Smith, his wife Joan, and their two young sons to run the plantation from September 1620. Okay? The Smiths undertook duties in animal husbandry, horticulture, farming, and preparation of the household victuals, including beverages. Joan Smith was likely deserves credit for brewing Berkeley's plantation's first beer. Now, when I think about, I'm looking at these people's names, Smith, right? And I'm thinking about Copper Empress. I don't know if y'all know her, but Copper Empress is an OG. Like she been doing this for some years now. Like she well known on YouTube, well known on TikTok. But I think about, how she always talk about her family, right? And she's from the Smith line and how they are actually related to King James. King James, the king of United Kingdom, the Jacobite king, the Black king. Anyway, so when I think about that, I think about the fact that these were probably Indians. These people were who are named Smith were probably Indians. Because contrary, I ain't even finna get into all that. We ain't going that deep on this. But basically, based on the things that I know and some of the people that I've met and have seen their genealogy, these people who got the last name Smith are probably American Indians. If they're not American Indians, they are Jacobites, meaning that they have a deep kinship to American Indians and actually have they've had land here for generations, not just in the 1600s. So I'm gonna keep on going. Basically, they're saying that Joan Smith, the woman, was probably the one that was brewing his good English beer. In Elizabethan times, household chores, especially brewing and distilling, were the chief responsibility of women, except they were not distilling. They were brewing, though. They'll make you a good ale out of some apples, some pears. They'll make you a good lager out of some hops and some barley, make you a good beer, but they weren't distilling. They didn't have the technology of a still in their homes. But anyway, it's telling you that, back in England, brewing beer was the chief responsibility of women. Thorpe's letter to a colleague in England on December 19, 1620, who also just happens to have the same last name of these people that they say work for him. Catch that, y'all. Did you catch that? But anyway, it says that Thorpe's letter to a colleague in England on December 19, 1620, references the brewing of beer, which is like, let me finish this sentence. Anyway, good drink of Indian corn, comparing this beverage with his refusal to drink his good, strong English beer, having transported 18 tons of it from a brewery that was in Bristol. Now this is where the author lost me at, because why would you say that this good drink of Indian corn is them brewing beer when this is supposed to be whiskey. Like it do y'all know any whiskey? Oh, Popeye, Popeye the Navigator. Appreciate you for coming through. You say it's a Smith and one of your bloodlines. Okay, I hear that. But how is it that we thinking that this good Indian corn drink is beer when it's whiskey? I never like drunk beer and whiskey and thought they was the same thing. But anyway, we're gonna keep going. So in the Powhatan uprising, 15 months later, Thorpe, the Smiths, and 342 colonists were massacred. Ooh. When Thorpe's son, William, contested his father's probate estate at a Bristol court in 1634, listed among the plantation's audited items from 1624 was a copper still. Y'all hear that? A copper still. However, of the thousands of itemized household goods Thorpe shipped from England in 1620, no copper steel was in the manifest, nor was there record of its purchase at Jamestown. So again, what I concluded, like what I'm thinking, he did not make this whiskey because he didn't even have the tool, which is a distiller, to make beer into whiskey. So before Jamestown journals made mention of brewing corn mashes post 1610, the first corn beer brewed was at Roanoke Island in Virginia in 1585. That's what he's saying. Scientist Thomas Harriot wrote in 1588 that Raleigh's colony traded pagatar, okay, the local word for West Indies maize, with the local Secaucus tribe. We made of the same in the country some malt, okay, malt beer, whereof was brewed as good a ale as to be desired. Okay? That's what they were making. If they were making anything from Indian corn, it was beer. Okay? That's all they knew how to make. The first European brewer of Indian corn at Jamestown was one or more of 100 women residing at the settlement by 1610. Perhaps the London apothecary John Twitt. In 2000, an archaeological dig found fragments of a London redware distilling vessel in the remnants of one of Fort James' first shelters that dated from 1607, the year of settlement. Now they're saying that they had a distilling vessel, okay, but they didn't use it. if this red rare, because I don't know why they would automatically attribute it to these colonists when there were Indians there. But anyway, there were Indians there. We see that whiskey, wasn't being made in London. They were only making beer, but we going to contribute this distilling vessel to the people that was only making beer. But anyway, Jamestown colonists immigrated with an unknown number of domestic stills for food preservation, medicines, and liquor libations. Did they? Six doctors and three apothecaries disembarked during the first 2 years of settlement. Most, if not all, were familiar with distillation to prepare medicinal treatments and beverages. Hmm. Except they only ever talking about beer. Anyway, one doctor who deserves a special mention is Lawrence Bohun. The Englishman arrived in Jamestown in May 1610. He obtained his doctorate at Leiden University, studying under the famous physician distiller Franz Sylvius de la Boe. Bohun was sent to Jamestown to undertake pharmacological studies of local plants, of which corn was the most important staple for the colony's survival and prosperity. Colonists had traded Indian corn with the Powhatans since 1607, growing their corn from 1609. Bohun distilled alcoholic cordials and fermented wine from native grapes. He likely used glass alembics made in Jamestown by 8 German and Polish glassmakers at America's second manufacturing enterprise in 1609. I don't know where the record for this is, but anyway, the archaeological and primary records indicate corn brewing and distilling activities around Jamestown a decade before Thorpe. The first distiller mashing Indian corn may never be identified. Okay? All that shit that we just read was on some big probably. But this statement right here is probably the most accurate. The first distiller of Indian corn, I'm gonna go ahead and say it, won't ever be identified. It's impossible. It's impossible. But we know that it wasn't George Thorpe, and we know that it wasn't no English people who were only drinking beer. If they are distilling they beer into whiskey, let us know. But they keep on talking about beer, not whiskey. So clearly, the people that was distilling corn into whiskey wasn't these English people. So let's see what else we got. What else we got here? All right. So now that we didn't busted that myth about George Thorpe being the grandfather of corn whiskey, let's see. We finna get into the history of distillation and the origins of alchemy. Okay. And y'all, again, it's gonna be a long ride, so strap in and pay attention. So this article here from 12th House Jewelry says that the history and origins of alchemy. Um, alchemy is an esoteric tradition that has captivated the imagination of philosophers, scientists, and mystics for centuries. With roots in the ancient world, alchemy has evolved and adapted over time, but its core principles and theories remain a fascinating subject of study. In this article, we will explore the history and origins of alchemy and the principles and theories of alchemical transmutation and the relationship between alchemy and mysticism. The origins of alchemy. All right. And y'all, this is going to go full circle. So please stay with me for the whole ride. I promise you, it's going to be good. The origins of alchemy can be traced back to ancient Egypt and the Middle East because yeah, we don't go nowhere outside the old world. We only gonna focus on the old world, okay? That's what they saying. They they don't do that new world shit. The new world. You know, yeah, the old world is all we gonna focus on. But anyway, they trace it back to ancient Egypt and the Middle East because that's all they want to talk about. According to some accounts, the disciple was founded, or the discipline, Lord, was founded by the mythical figure of Hermes Trismegistus. I don't know if y'all know who that is, but let me know in the chat if y'all know who Hermes Trismegistus is. Oh shit, I ain't sharing the darn tab. Sorry, y'all. So it says here that Hermes Trismegistus, who was believed to be the embodiment of wisdom, of the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians, and the Hermetica, a collection of texts attributed to Hermes. Alchemy is described as the art of transmuting the base metal of ignorance into the gold of wisdom. The principles and theories of alchemical transmutation were developed and refined over the centuries. Central to alchemy is the concept of the prima materia, or first matter, which is believed to be the basis for all transmutation. Alchemists also believe that the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water, played a crucial role in the transmutation process. The ultimate goal of alchemy was the creation of the philosopher's stone, a substance that was believed to have the power to transmute base metals into gold and to grant immortality. Now that's mysticism or myth. But anyway, oh child, damn, can I read today? Anyway, the relationship between alchemy and mysticism is a complex and fascinating one. The relationship is y'all. Anyway, alchemy has long been associated with Hermeticism, a philosophical and mystical tradition that emerged in ancient Egypt. The Hermetic text, which were believed to have been written by Hermes Trismegistus himself, were an important source of alchemical knowledge. In addition, the principle of alchemy have influenced the development of other mystical traditions such as Kabbalah, a Jewish mystical tradition. Y'all, this is gonna go deep. And again, stick with me. We finna go all around the world. Yes, yes. Alchemical symbolism has also played a significant role in the development of mystical and occult traditions. Many alchemical texts and images are replete with symbolic imagery, which was believed to hold hidden meanings and secrets about the transmutation process. This symbolism has been interpreted and reinterpreted by mystics and occultists throughout history and continues to be studied and debated by scholars and practitioners of alchemy today. In conclusion, the history, principles, and theories of alchemy are rich and complex. Y'all don't really understand the history because y'all only want to focus on what y'all call the old world, which is why y'all won't understand it. But y'all that's watching this live, y'all gonna understand it by the time I'm done with it. So its origins can be traced back to the ancient world, okay? And its influence can be seen in many different fields, from chemistry to mysticism. Despite its association with the past, alchemy continues to be a fascinating and relevant subject of study, offering a unique perspective on the nature of the universe and our place within it. All right? So I don't know if I'm gonna read the rest of it. Yeah, I ain't gonna read the rest of that. I just needed to give y'all kind of a um a breakdown. And so let me see if they talk about distillation in this. All right. Yeah. So they say that the creation of the philosopher's stone was thought to be a difficult or labor intensive process, and many alchemists dedicated their lives to the pursuit of this elusive goal because that's not how you. Anyway, child, they don't know these people, right? In Europe, these people in London, Russia, these folks don't know what the hell they doing. Why? Because they are not the originators of this science. All they did was find it. Oh, y'all, stick with me because this shit finna get so interesting. They used a variety of techniques and processes such as distillation, calcination, and sublimation in their attempts to create the stone. So, according to these people, they were using distillation, trying to create the philosopher's stone, child, so that they could turn any metal into gold. Cause I guess because they don't understand the process of mining. The fuck. Anyway, girl, these folk telling you how slow they is. These folk telling y'all that they don't know what the hell they doing. They are not the creators of these sciences. So now that y'all know a little bit about the origin of alchemy, let me show y'all the origin of a distiller. Okay. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is called an alembic. Okay. Alembic. It's basically like a old primitive distiller. So alembic is the Greek word for something that did not start with the Greeks again, they just found it. But it's an alchemical still or distiller consisting of two vessels connected by a tube used for distillation of liquids. Okay. In the case of another distilling vessel, the retort, all right, I want y'all to keep this image in mind here. Y'all see what that look like? Kind of looks like a gooseneck a little bit, but it's made out of copper. Copper. All right. And say the cap and the cucurbit. Isn't that ain't that like a cucumber? Isn't cucurbits like squash? I I wonder where they get squash from. It wouldn't be America with it. But anyway, they have been combined to form a single vessel. The anbic is called the ras, mean in Arabic, ra means head of the cucurbit. The liquid in the cucurbit is heated or boiled. The vapor rises, is right here. That's where they heat the liquid at. The vapor rises into the anbic right here, where it cools or condenses by contact with the walls and condenses and runs down this spout right here into the receiver. A modern descendant of the alembic is the pot still. Now, see that? A copper still. Okay. And they use this to produce distilled beverages. Okay. Liquors and, that good corn, that good Indian corn whiskey. They used these that were made out of copper. All right. Copper, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I don't know if y'all get it, but these folks in this article here pretty much kind of expose how the folks that was trying to find the philosopher's stone so that they could turn any metal, and I don't know where they was getting the metal from, into gold. Is it why? Can't you mine for gold if you want gold? but perhaps they really weren't mining like that. But so these alembics that alchemists were using to make this this liquid gold that they call whiskey were made of copper. So now I'm thinking, okay, I'm seeing that these English people, when they came over here, they were not the creators of no, they didn't create the whiskey. They only brewed beer at most. And you don't need a distiller to make beer. All you need to do is really like ferment the grains in some water and you're gonna have beer. Can y'all see my screen still? Let me know in the chat if you can see my screen. I'll leave y'all behind. Oh, let me see if this is any bigger. Okay, that was bigger. All right. So, damn, how I make this? I wish I could expand this, but I don't know how. So, anyway, we see that the good drink of Indian corn was not beer, it was whiskey. Okay. The English people that, ended up finding that or discovering that because it was introduced to them by some Indians were not the makers. They weren't the distillers of that good Indian whiskey. They only knew how to make beer, which does not require distillation. And then we just learned that the distillers, where there's alembics, retorts, the copper stills, they were made from copper. Copper. Um, how many of y'all know who been, what people have been made famous from their use of copper? How many of y'all know that? If you don't, we're gonna get into it. So first, I want to show y'all this right here. Let me see if I can make this bigger. No, I can't. So, oh, maybe I can. Damn it. So, y'all, this right here. Let me see if I can make this bigger. And maybe if I bring it up in my images. Hold on, y'all, because I want y'all to see this. So give me a second. Y'all got a minute. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Might have to go into a different folder. All right, then find it there. Hold on, y'all. Let's see. Is it in my pictures? Perhaps. And I got a lot of pictures, y'all. So bear with me. Hold on. I don't know, y'all. We might just have to make do with what we got. Cause I don't wanna hold you. I don't wanna hold Um, damn, I was hoping that I had that shit, but I guess I don't. Where I got it from then? Okay, I'm just gonna have to go with it. All right, so we gonna go with this. What we got? If y'all can't see that, basically, this is an image. Let me try to make it bigger on the screen. Come on now, move it over. Damn. Hopefully, y'all see this. But this is an image of Indians after they done whooped on some Spanish ass, pouring molten gold. And I think this is from John Ogilvy. This is from his book. They are pouring gold that you can see them smelting right here. They blowing the damn fire. Okay. Melting the gold. But they're pouring that molten melted gold down the Spaniard's mouth. And y'all know what they do with the skull? Try they use it to drink. Probably some good Indian corn whiskey out of. But anyway, they poured the melted gold down the mouth of the Spaniard. Okay. Pretty much trying to fill his whole body with gold, but that's not what's gonna happen. But anyway. So I'm showing y'all this to show y'all the fact that we've been metalworking for quite some time over here in America. Okay. Metalworking, contrary to what these historians and scientists want you to think, because again, they only want to focus on the old world, which is their world, which ain't the old world at all. It's the new world. But they only want to focus on them. They only really want y'all to learn about their history of stealing other people's history. Okay. But as you can see here, we clearly knew how to not only we knew how to mine for a metal, we knew how to take it out of the ground. We also knew how to smelt it. We knew how to melt it down, okay, into liquid form. We knew how to get a fire so hot that the metal would melt. And it wasn't with these little blow sticks. See, they tell the truth, but also try to make us look primitive at the same time and make themselves look more grandiose, by putting, you know, putting themselves in, these fine clothes and shit. Nah, that wasn't it at all. But yeah, we see them pouring molten metal down these Spaniards' throat. Now, in this book right here called The Discovery of Guyana and the Journal of the Second Voyage Thereto by Sir Walter Raleigh. He funky. He's talking about, copper and Indians making copper. Sorry, y'all, it's cold in here. I'm turning the heat up a little bit. All right, so let me see what it started. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see this? I think y'all can see it. I'm gonna bring this over here. Good God. All right, make this big so y'all can see. All right, so this book written by Sir Walter Raleigh in like 15 some um, he gonna talk about, these Indians and they metals. So let's start here. I after asked about the manner how the Epireme wrought these plates of gold. Ooh, not making not making plates out of gold, and how they could melt it out of the stone. Ooh, he don't know. Y'all ain't melting metals over there in Europe. Europe. Y'all ain't. Anyway, he said, "How do these Indians wrought these plates of gold? How could they melt it out of the stone?" He told me that the most of the gold which they made in plates and images was not severed from the stone, but that on the lake of Manoa and in a multitude of other rivers, they gathered it in grains of perfect gold and in pieces as big as small stones, and that they put to it a part of copper. Otherwise, they could not work it, and that they use a great earthen pot with holes around it. And when they had mingled the gold and copper together, they fastened canes to the holes. Now, this part I think is kept. But anyway, they fastened canes to the holes. And so, with the breath of men, they increased the fire till the metal ran. Like y'all believe in that. But anyway, and then they cast it into molds of stone, ooh, and clay, ooh, not making molds, and so make those plates and images. Y'all, did we not just read when we was looking at the origin of alchemy? Y'all, didn't them folks say that shit started in Egypt in the Middle East? And they say like the origins of alchemy is the Middle East and Egypt. But when you come over here to America, when these motherfuckers get over here, they find Indians not only smelting gold, but also smelting copper, which you have to mine for. They're gonna tell y'all that, copper, you can just find it on the fucking ground. But I think y'all know why they would do something like that. And that's because they want to big up themselves, make themselves the 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 most intelligent, okay? And they want to make us primitive. And shout out to Ambush Predator and Enots, the American Indian. I appreciate y'all for coming through and building with me, because y'all, we finna be here for a minute. But we gotta go all the way around the world, you know what I'm saying, to get the entire story. So stick with me. Stick with me. All right. So they said that, the origin of alchemy is in Egypt, in the Middle East, but they didn't know that Indians was over here whole time practicing alchemy, practicing the art of taking different metals and transmuting them into a whole nother thing. Okay? This is alchemy right here. Not only are you not only have you made implements which you can gather these raw metals from the ground, but you've also made implements that you can turn those raw metals into an alloy that you're going to make into all kinds of different things. And maybe you also make it into a copper steel. Somebody, is anybody, is y'all with me? Is you with me? And we're going to get into an ambush predator. Stay with me. So we've seen these people before, any colonization. We've seen that they have a advanced working knowledge of alchemy, of turning one thing into another, transmutation. Okay? Y'all feel me? All right. So now that we've seen this, and this is all I really want to show out that book. I'll put the link to that in the chat so y'all can look into that account of Sir Walter Raleigh. So I want to basically, when I was doing this research, I'm trying to find a copper steel, right? And they ain't gonna tell the truth. And I knew that, but of course, I still want to find this thing. And y'all, I still haven't really found what I'm looking for, but I've found things that I can use my common sense, right? And make my conclusion. But I'm looking all around the internet, trying to look at all kinds of different primary sources so that I can perhaps find a copper steel. Y'all done looked at all kinds of newspapers, as y'all can see. The Georgetown Patriot, that was one of the newspapers I looked in. Let's see. Let's get into this article right here. So this is talking about the Aborigines of the Western country, America, okay? It says, in removing an artificial mound in Chillicothe, and that's in Georgia, Chillicothe. That's somewhere in the South, probably Tennessee or something. In 1813, all right, there was found in its bottom a piece of copper encrusted with crugo, half an inch thick. I mean, it's been there for a long fucking time. It consisted of thin plates of copper rolled up, enclosing each other. So we got copper plates, my dears. It was about 3 inches thick or 3 inches in length and 1/4 of an inch in thickness. The copper remarkably pure and fine. Ooh, is that alchemy? The lamina or plates, about 20 in number, they had been smelted and prepared in a workmanlike manner and ingeniously folded up in a single piece. As a specimen of copper is justly ascribed to the Aborigines, it enters into the controversy in regard to the Asiatic and European origin. Oh, of the Aborigines, does it now? Does it start to make a controversy? I wonder why that is. Is it because y'all want folks to think that y'all the originators of every damn thing, every piece of technology? Y'all want to act like the Greeks motherfucking made it, even though y'all still say that the Greeks got everything that they know from the Egyptians. So now we got a controversy. Oop. It is a manifestly trifling thing to ascribe this copper to a Welsh colony of the 11th century, just like it was a trifling thing to try to ascribe the creation of a copper steel to these goddamn English people. And also, it was a trifling thing to ascribe the creation of Indian corn whiskey to an English person that only drank beer. But the difficulty is entirely removed by supposing it to have an Asiatic origin. Whatever, y'all. Anyway, brass and copper were in use at a very early period in Asia and may be traced as far back as Kublai Khan. Kublai Khan was a Khan, an American. All right? It went the other way around, not from Asia to Asia. This was Asia Major. my baby. Brass, not being found in nature, but made of copper, affords a presumption that there were workmen in copper at that period. The copper lamina found at Chillicothe, considered as a precious memorial, might have descended through several centuries and might have once been in the hands of a people more refined than those Aboriginal Asiatics to whom it is referred. Mm. It was a custom in heathen nations to bury their chiefs not only with pieces of armor, okay, not metal armor, not metal armor. If y'all was to, just like I did, if y'all was to search Google right now for armor that was used by the American Indians or the pre-colonial Americans, they gonna show y'all armor made out of leather and and things that you wouldn't use as armor, because what the fuck is it really finna protect you from? But we got some folks who are willing to, show more truth that these people were working with metal, okay? Armor made out of metal, okay? Now, let's see what else this is saying. What else this is saying? Okay, this is more just about the mound. We're going to get into another one because listen, y'all, there are so many articles that were written in the 1800s about things that they were finding in mounds. I didn't even scratch the surface, okay, because I ain't have time. I was working on this for 3 days. Like it took me 15 hours, 15 hours just to find a little bit of what I was looking for. But let me see. All right. Okay. Here go another one. At Circleville, there was taken from the central mound of the circle a copper coin. It was dug up beneath the roots of a hickory growing in the mound, 7 feet 8 inches in diameter. That's how big the tree was. A comparison of this with other ancient copper devices, particularly of Britain, attended with no satisfaction. This comparison was instituted and carried on to a considerable extent. All right. On the farm of Mr. Edward Payne near Lexington, we found two ancient coins. One was of gold and sold at $10, and the other one was of brass. Okay. It said that each had a head reversed and each were inscribed with characters not understood, but said to resemble Hebrew. Okay. The date of the gold coin was probably 1214, and the date of the brass one was probably 1009. Now, I don't know how they figured that out, y'all, but whatever. A few miles below Mr. Payne, a gold piece was found in the plantation of Mr. Chambers, who says it was sold at Lexington for $13. It was inscribed with unknown characters. Mr. Chambers says it was unlike any coin he had ever seen. He also says that a small piece of copper was found on his farm at the same time. It was exactly square, well polished, and marked on two sides with 1064. Okay. Mr. J. Blair, in removing the clay of the mound in Franklinton, found a copper weight of the Aborigines. It weighed 1.5 pounds. Yes, we talking currency. Yes, exactly. All right, let's see what else we got. What else we got? Again, y'all, I ain't even scratched the surface. Y'all go on newspapers.com if y'all want to see this shit for yourself. Look in the articles that was written in the 1800s, and it's millions of them. So, of course, I ain't got time to go through a million fucking articles. So, I brought what I could. Now, this one. 2 or 3 pieces of a copper tube were also found, filled with iron rust. These, from their appearance, compose the lower end of a scabbard. Wait, don't you put swords in a scabbard. But I thought, we only had bows and arrows and spears and shit. But wait a minute. We got swords and metal armor? What? Anyway, let's continue. So, the lower end of the scabbard, near the point of the sword. No sign of the sword itself was discovered, except the appearance of rust above mentioned. Near the feet was found a piece of copper weighing 3 ounces. From its shape, it appears to have been used as a plum or for an ornament, as near one of the ends is a circular crease or a groove for tying a thread. It is round, 2 inches and a half in length, 1 inch in diameter at the center, and half an inch at each end. It is composed of plates or pieces of native copper pounded together. That's what they say, y'all. That is pounded together. And in the cracks between the pieces are stuck several pieces, not silver, one nearly the size of a 4 penny piece or half a dime. This copper ornament, goddamn, y'all. Sorry if y'all hit it. But this copper ornament, I'm guessing a bike hub coming through the city. Jesus. This copper ornament was covered with a coat of green rust and is considerably corroded. A bit of red ochre or paint and a piece of iron or not iron. Wait a minute, man. We got iron? Oh, they said we have no iron. Anyway, a piece of iron ore that has the appearance of having been partially vitrified or melted were also found. The ore is about the specific gravity of pure iron. Ooh, we, my baby. All right, what else we got, man? What else we got? Okay, so the monuments of what they say is a primitive race. Now, how is we primitive, right? When we got all this knowledge of alchemy, we know how to get gold. Y'all motherfuckers don't know how to get gold. Y'all goddamn trying to use a philosopher's stone to turn, I don't know, a piece of grass into gold. We know how to get gold. Appreciate you, Ezel, for coming through. We know how to get gold. And we know how to make that gold into all kinds of jewelry, like all kinds of ornaments. We literally can make a gold sheet as big as it would take to cover a wall. So look into Father Crispy if y'all don't understand what I'm talking about. Father Crispy was down in South America, and them tribes, right, that they call Indians down there, the ones that they call the Mayans, who was not them people at all, but they were bringing Father Crispy all the gold up out of the temples. Y'all heard about that? I know Kira Mayo did, some bills on that years ago. But Father Crispy was getting all these gold sheets and plates and all kinds of shit made out of gold from these so-called Indians that they were getting out of these ancient temples and pyramids and tombs. They were basically grave robbing and bringing the stash to Father Crispy. Okay, so how is it that we got all of this going on, but we primitive? Y'all got the wrong one. But anyway, I'm gonna keep reading. The monuments of the primitive race, as y'all call us, consist of regular stone walls or wells stoned up. Now we got water wells too. Ooh. Of metals, of copper and silver, of swords and other implements of iron, and of the brick, that red brick, hearse found in digging in the Louisville Canal. This is all underground. Y'all, they just said that they found a, a brick oven under the ground. What does that mean to y'all? Like, what does that mean to y'all that they found a brick oven? People use ovens. They found this underground. It wasn't in a mound. It was just underground. It kind of put some truth into that Tartarian shit that they be talking about, right? But anyway, they found that digging in the Louisville Canal with the coal of the last fires laying on the hearse of characters found on the limestone bluffs, which cannot but be deemed as either alphabetic or hieroglyphic. Hieroglyphs, alphabets. Ooh, y'all, it's getting deep. But they are discovered in too many places. Over here. Over here, man. And under circumstances too various to be attributed to any other origin than a primitive race whose whole history of civilization, our brief limits. Ooh, y'all telling. Did y'all say that y'all's limits are brief? Is y'all saying that y'all ain't been here for that long? Y'all snitching on yourself. Anyway, our brief limits will not allow us to give the whole history of people that existed millions of years before we ever came up. He didn't say all that. But anyway, only in the fact that they knew the manufacture and the use of iron. Y'all, what is we reading? What are we reading? Y'all, they telling the truth in the old newspapers. But though this history may be brief, it comprises volumes in regard to their civilization compared with any race between them and us. Among the same class of inexplicable antiquities, we place the groves of ancient live oaks set in regular park forms in Florida, together with remains of cities, fortifications, and dwellings near them. We have seen these strange and ancient swords. We have seen the iron shoe of some tiny animal of the horse class. Wait a minute, not a horseshoe. I thought y'all said we ain't have no horses. Y'all, this shit is blowing up. Okay, so encrusted with the rust of ages and found far beneath the soil. Fragments of wood dug from beneath the peat beds bear the evident marks of having been cut with the implement of iron, not unlike our axe. Y'all, and I just realized y'all probably can't even read that because the shit's small as hell. But yes, it's crazy. It gets even crazier. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Make sure y'all can read this. Okay. So we recently saw a copper axe, and it's a whole nother article, y'all. This I didn't probably read by 5 different articles from 5 different newspapers. Appreciate y'all for coming through. We going in tonight. So we recently saw a copper axe, which weighed, we should judge, over 2 pounds. Its edge was singularly tempered and polished and worked not unlike an edge of steel. Its place for the insertion of a handle was made by the rolling over the two outer rims, leaving place for a helve at the point of insertion of the width of a man's hands. Okay? These monuments, together with the Western medals, we refer to a class anterior to the founders of the mounds and much farther advanced in civilization. To this era belongs the remains of the ancient city, of towers and temples recently discovered in the Herculaneum of the so called New World in Peru. Why do y'all know what pissed me off? The fact that they keep on calling this the New World, but y'all finding shit. Y'all know that this shit is older than it's literally underground. Y'all know that it's older than whatever y'all have in Europe. But you keep on calling this shit the fucking New World. That shit pissed me off. For real. But we gonna keep going. Cause we ain't got time. We don't have time. So let me see. What's next? What's next? We got a piece of copper found in this mound in Cincinnati. A copper alloy discovered in the mound last year. A thin circular piece. Wait a minute. Now they say a thin circular piece of gold alloyed with copper. Okay. Now, this right here from the Philadelphia Inquirer from 1833. This explained how they use copper to make blue glass beads. Y'all, for the longest, when I first started, on this journey of figuring out who we are and the real history of the world, particularly America, you would always find, in the story about the relationship between the Indian and the European, that Indians got their beads from Europeans. They say that they traded glass beads with the Indian, right? I don't know if y'all ever read that, but it's pretty common. It's a common ass story with the relationship between the Europeans and the Indians. And I'm like, bruh, I always felt inside that that was not true. I always felt inside that they were making their own goddamn glass beads. And now we finna motherfucking see. We got the proof. We got the motherfucking proof. I'm tired of y'all, man. Anyway, y'all can see that, right? So let me start right here. Some rude processes of vitrification were undoubtedly known at a very remote period of time here in America. And vitrification basically means you taking, and this is alchemy, you taking two metals and you melting them, you making all kinds of shit out of it. You're using metal to make all kinds of things. That's called transmutation, which is the basis of motherfucking alchemy. Excuse my language, y'all, but I'm getting a little hot. All right. The word translated crystal in the book of Job, now we get into the Bible, is thought by many critics to refer to glass. At any rate, we know that ornaments of this substance were made before the epoch of the interesting story related by Pliny respecting its accidental discovery by the Phoenician sailors. Now, y'all, whenever they try to explain why all of these things were over here in America, y'all know what they do. They always try to craft a story, right? About how some people from what they keep on calling the old world came over here with their metals and different implements and tools. That's how they try to explain it away, because these agents are ones that gotta uphold all of their theories. They gotta uphold every fucking lie that they ever told you in school. All of the out of Africa, all of the Europe and Asia and Africa, the old world, and and America is the new world, all of that. They got to uphold it. So when you tell a lie, right, and you end up getting caught in a lie, don't you have to tell another one? Ain't that what they say? You got to tell another lie to keep up the first lie that you told. So why not go ahead and tell the truth? Like, what what do okay. Anyway, several of the mummies, y'all, this too much. We was, now we was just talking about metal. Now we talking about mummies. Lord have mercy, too much. Too much. Several of the mummies taken from the catacombs. We got catacombs near Memphis, which were probably embalmed 1600 years before the Christian era, before the Common Era. They were probably older than that, y'all. They still trying to uphold. They still trying to make Egypt older. Oh Lord. Anyway, we got mummies, y'all. So they said that these mummies, which was old as hell, were decorated with beads of glass. Oh my God. Not glass beads. So whole time I was right, Lord. I know it. I know it. I knew I was right. Glass beads of a blue color have been found in the druidical barrow of Stonehenge. Even glass lacquer, what? Lacrimatories. What the hell? Have been discovered in the tombs of the ancient Greeks, and many varieties of stained glass taken from the ruins of Pompeii were analyzed by Sir Humphrey Davy. These facts sufficiently prove that this substance was known to different nations and at very remote ages. And if y'all keep following me, we literally finna do what the old folks did, and we finna circumnavigate the motherfucking globe. We finna go all around the world, and we gonna show y'all why they're finding these same glass beads over in Greece, Rome, Europe, like anywhere in Europe. Okay. Okay. Monk mummies, copper, silver, gold, and iron, including the implementations and applicabilities. I like that. That's facts. So with regard to the color of glass, some tint of blue appears to have been not only the most frequent, but also the most highly prized. Y'all, do y'all remember? I don't know if y'all ever read the Bible, right? But in the Bible, the Hebrews highly regard ribbons that are made of a real special kind of blue. I don't know, I'll just put that out there because you know that came to my mind. I'm just thinking out loud here. So no color perhaps is more readily given to it than bluish green, or the colors imparted by copper. Almost all of the ancient greens and blues examined by Davy were derived from copper. The blue pigment scraped from the painted walls of the baths of Titus was found by him to be a frit composed of alkali and silica, or fused with a quantity of the oxide of copper. The blue glass beads taken from the Egyptian mummies, analyzed by Kleproth and other default name and other chemists, were ascertained to be colored with the oxide of copper. So well acquainted were the ancient Greeks and Romans, who got everything they know from. We're going to get down. Anyway, with the various tints of blue derived from copper, that Vitruvius distinctly states, um, the process. He says they are made by heating together sand, alkali, and furlings of copper. Okay. Much more might be advanced to prove that blue glass was known and might be very easily manufactured in a remote and rude state of the arts. Our present object, however, is only to mention a fact which appeared to us as conclusive evidence that the Aborigines of our country possessed this knowledge. There you go. So what we got? What we got? What we got? Okay. So this is also kind of going in a little bit on the same thing, but get some more details. Hold on. All right. So, with great liberality and kindness, Mr. Lambden presented me with some of these beads to analyze, and with very little trouble or skill, they were found to be composed like similar ornaments in the Egyptian mummies, okay, of copper, silica, and alkali. Good God. On exposing a small fragment of one of the beads on a piece of charcoal to the flame of the common blowpipe, it instantly melted into a red globule, thus indicating the presence of a large quantity of alkali and the protoxide of copper. The alkali, I suppose, to have been potash, but for it is not probable that beryllia could then be obtained at so great a distance from the sea coast. Why not? When we got trade routes. What the fuck? Anyway, another fragment was pulverized and fused in a platinum spoon with about an equal weight of carbonate of potash. Muriatic acid was then poured on the mass in a test tube. The coloring matter was quickly dissolved and the silica precipitated. On plunging the point of a penknife into the colored solution, metallic copper was precipitated upon it, and on adding amounts, the bright blue tint this produced proved that an oxide of copper was present. Y'all, like this is a lot. I can't read all this stuff. Like this a lot, but as y'all see, it was there like in mass. They didn't even scratch the surface, of what could be found in mounds, what could be found under the ground. Like most of them just came in with a wrecking ball, a bulldozer, and just scooped it all up. Whatever they could grab, they grabbed it, kept it for themselves. The shit is in their family heirlooms. The Smithsonian, all these other European groups of people, who had a vested interest in hiding the history of America so that they could keep on having y'all thinking that they are the old world and that they're the ones that created all of these things. They, took all of what they could find and they hid it. And the only thing that you can really find in a museum, is what they want you to see, you know, which is going to pretty much continue your idea that the Aboriginal Americans are primitive people who ain't have shit, who can do shit. But I, I wasn't just looking for copper for nothing. I'm trying to find at least a copper pot, but more specifically, I'm trying to find a copper distiller because, again, I know that George Thorpe, none of these goddamn Europeans came over here, made this Indian whiskey. I know that they was making this whiskey before they came here and they showed them how to make it and they just took the credit for it. So I'm looking for a copper still. Like if I can find one in the 1600s, that's motherfucking perfect. 1500s, awesome. 14, great. Even if I can find one out of a mound, I'll take that. You know what I'm saying? I'll take that. Of course, y'all know they went. Y'all know they weren't finna attribute what I had to realize. Cause I can, be a little too hopeful sometimes, knowing that these people are liars and they hide shit and steal shit. I was a little too hopeful to think that they were actually going to attribute, if there was a a copper distiller found, you know, in the New England or the West Indian area. If even they did find that, they're not going to attribute it to no Indians. Like, that's just a cold hard fact that you got to accept. This is what we dealing with. But I did, after 15 funky ass hours, y'all. I even cried. Like, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I was so frustrated, from not finding what I was looking for, which was an ancient copper seal in America, that I cried. Okay. I really got in my feelings, like, for real. And it kind of sat me down for a minute. I had to take a break. Because again, I had been working on this shit for 15 hours. I'm combing through these newspapers looking for an implement that at least resembles a copper steel. And I wasn't getting it. So I took a break. I said some prayers to the ancestors, and that gave me the energy that I needed to get back on it. Again, y'all, I've been working on this for like 4 days. And this is just the introduction, y'all. We ain't got nowhere yet. Y'all hold on with me. This gonna be a long live. We done already been in here for 2 hours. Prepare to be in here for maybe 4 or 5 or even longer. If y'all can hang in there with me, I really appreciate y'all. If not, watch the replay. Cause I'm not playing. This live is not no play. Like, for real. This finna really show y'all some shit. Y'all, after I took that break, right? And I just put my feelings and my expressions out there into the universe. Oh boy. That's why this is spiritual. Okay? That's why this is spiritual for all of us, not just me. The universe gave me the resolve and the energy to come and sit back at this computer. And I kept going. And I was immediately rewarded for the tears that I shed, y'all. Immediately. So we're about to read this article from the Alabama State Intelligencer, dated Saturday, August 20th. Goddamn. 1831. All right. So I'm trying to make it big so that y'all can see it. Let me know if y'all can see it. God damn. Okay. This is as big as it's going to get, I guess. So let's start at the top. Why not? So in New Harmony, Indiana, on June 20th, Indian relics. In the vicinity of this town are abundant evidences, abundant evidences, that a former period, that at a former period, a large population inhabited this bank of the Wabash. Many graves, apparently contemporary with those of the Merrimack, and like them, cased with flat stones, are still visible on the bluffs. And on the northwest extremity of the town are many tumuli, and that's mounds, which the annual efforts of the plow have not yet reduced to the common level. I just said, and they coming in here with these bulldozers, these plows and just raising shit, not even caring, what it is that they're doing or what they could be destroying. So, several individuals connected with the establishment, and particularly Mr. John Bill, opened one of these mounds and found an arrangement of flat stones enclosing human bones, which crumbled under the touch. A more interesting relic, however, mm, which occurred with them, was a small wooden instrument shaped somewhat like a common retort. Now, if y'all remember, I had asked y'all to keep something in mind. Y'all remember when I told y'all when we was looking at the origin of distillation and the alembic, the distiller, I told y'all to keep this image in mind. This is called a retort made out of a copper alloy. Mm. Yes, Ezel. Sounds like we had way more than 2,000 mounds and pyramids. Definitely. They knocked most of them down and stole from them, and then said that they were the fucking creators of the inventions and the different implements that they found in those mounds, like this retort. Let's get back to the article. He said a more interesting relic, however, which occurred with those bones, was a small wooden instrument shaped somewhat like a common retort, but less curved, about 4 inches long. It had been entirely covered or sheathed with copper, which is now completely oxidized. The included wood, which is much decayed, but evidently owes its preservation to the protection of the copper sheathing. We have no conjecture relative to the use. Oh, y'all are the kings of conjecture now. Y'all ain't got nothing to say now. Y'all ain't got nothing to say. I got some conjecture for your ass though. So they have no conjecture relative to the use of this retort, but it affords an additional proof that the Aborigines availed themselves to a considerable extent of the malleable copper ore so abundant in many localities near Lake Superior. It appears to have been transmitted to every part of the country by a commercial interchange. And many ancient tumuli have furnished the cabinets of the curious. I know, yeah. Y'all got all the shit in y'all private collections that we'll probably never see again. Unless it turn up in an estate sale and somebody buy it, with articles. Yeah, y'all have furnished y'all cabinets of the curious with articles of the metal of various forms in attestation of this traffic. Many of them are concave and probably served as sheathing to enhance the beauty or durability of some wooden ornaments or instruments which have been decayed or disappeared. Y'all, did I find what I was looking for? I know it wasn't exactly what I wanted. I was looking for, you know, a copper steel back from maybe like 1400 or something like that. But I got to be real with myself. Probably not going to get that. But this gift right here, I will happily accept this. This is evidence that American Indians and their ancestors, their old ancestors, made distillers that they call retorts. Okay, let's get back to it. Retorts out of copper. This is like the primitive form of a distiller, y'all. This is old. Y'all don't think that they could take this and turn it into this? Or not this. Ain't that an incubator? Or maybe even this. Y'all don't think? Because, we do have evidence that the same ones who sold tobacco to these Europeans, where is that? Where is it at? Come here. Hold on, where? Hold on, y'all. Damn pictures be disappearing when I need them. What happened to it? All right, I'm gonna just scroll down. But yeah, when we got evidence that the same Indians, the same black boys, as they love to call them, we got evidence of the same black boys who was selling these Europeans tobacco, also distilling liquor. And I don't think they weren't selling that to them too. Y'all don't think that? The black boy in steel next to his copper steel. Now he's not smoking tobacco in this ad. Why? Because it's an ad for liquor. Is that corn whiskey that he got in that steel? Hmm? Let me read some of y'all comments. Ambush Predator said, these folks are trying to figure out who they are by digging up our people and stealing the gold, silver, etc. Exactly. They are doing all of this, going all around the world, trying to figure out their place in it. They're trying to figure out their place in history. And they definitely coming to the conclusion, because they didn't already figure out that they ass ain't exist until about 7,000 years ago. And then we was just reading newspaper articles written by folks who was talking about our history is brief. You damn right. Enots. Yeah, here in Kentucky, we have a lot of golf courses and parks that are covered up mounds. I live by a park that we name Big Rock. The bottom of the streams has seashells. No idea where they came from. I can kind of imagine, because there's evidence that, I don't know if you live near what is, I guess, but there's evidence that a large portion of the outer rim of the country was covered in water at once, long ass time ago. All right, Dev, I appreciate the compliment. All right. You said distill to get that pure concentration. We like our whiskey strong and smooth. Listen. Okay. These folks are all about the cover up so we don't remember who we are and make our clans to this lane. I mean, that's that's the pure facts right there. That's basically it. You summed it all up. You summed it all up in one comment. But yes, this is the black boy and still. You see this American Indian leaning on his motherfucking steel. This is his shit. Okay? It don't belong to no damn European. I'm tired of y'all saying that shit. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm doing this. This is his. This is his equipment. He built this. His daddy, his brothers helped him build this. If anybody, not no damn Europeans, he built this. He the one took the corn out of his farm. He the one processed the corn and fermented it to get the alcohol out the sugars. He the one took that fermented corn water and poured it into this whatever they call it right here. Put the fire up under it, boiled it. That vapor being caught right here and coming down into the still. He did that. And now he finna sell it to y'all dumb man. But anyway, anyway, let me get back to what I was doing. So y'all, we have found whole thing, the ancestors, y'all. It was hard. Yeah, I was so fucking frustrated. I was so goddamn frustrated, I swear to God. But all of that frustration paid off. And we're here now, discovering this shit. You know, I finally did find the like a very, very old copper retort in a mound, y'all. So I use my common sense and I'm hoping y'all use y'all's too. And I put two and two together. If the if the old ones had this technology and their descendants are still here, then that means that they would have only improved this technology to where you would get this. Like, this is what you would end up with. You taking it from here, okay? This is the old school. And the more we learn, the better that we get. We end up making this. Okay? Okie doke. So now that I have this understanding, y'all, it was still hard for me because I'm like, I still want to see. I admit, like, I still want to, I know I'm not probably, going to ever see them attributing a old steel to an Indian. But anyway, I kept on going, kept going. Let me see. What is this right here? Yeah, I was just going through like all kinds of different things. So this right here is looks like some type of archaeological study. So it says Maya metallurg. Y'all can see there, right? No, you can't. Okay, now y'all can see it. Maya metallurgical technology in late post-classic Spanish colonial times. What? Spanish colonial? Anyway, we still gonna read it. Metallurgy began in Mesoamerica sometime between 8600 and 650, roughly 9 centuries prior to Spanish contact in the region. I think we have enough evidence to say that it's older than that, but we'll go with it. The first copper objects were produced in West Mexico. Where are they? And metal objects began to. Are you talking about the first copper objects from Mayans were produced in West Mexico? Child. Let me see how I can see this shit better. I think I can see that good. Okay. Bye. So, the first copper objects were produced in West Mexico, and metal objects began to appear in the southern Maya lowlands shortly after this time. Recent archaeological investigations in the southern lowlands have provided important insights into technological aspects of copper metallurgy in this region of Mesoamerica. Okay, so y'all not talking about North America, y'all talking about Central. Okay, cool. Key evidence for indigenous production of copper objects has recently come to light from post-classic and Spanish colonial period contexts at the site of Lamanai, a prominent Maya center located in northern Belize. Archaeological data, in combination with ethno-historical information and the results of recent chemical compositional and microstructural analysis of excavated metal artifacts, are providing an understanding of the roles copper metallurgy played in the political economy of the Maya just prior to and during the Spanish colonial period, as well as the technological nature of this specialized craft activity. Okay, so that's just, another source showing the same thing. Let me see what this is. We got. Oh shit! I stopped sharing my screen. Sorry, y'all. Okay. I didn't share the wrong damn screen. Hold on, y'all. I'm tripping. I done got excited. Okay. All right. So anyway, these are just um more newspapers, that I did go through, y'all. It's millions. Do you understand me? It's millions of newspapers that folks who was digging in these mounds found things made out of copper. Millions. And you can find them on newspaper.com. Y'all, we ain't gonna ever get through that shit. So, yeah, just let me see. Let me read this one. Who were the mound builders? St. Paul, Minnesota, Pioneer Press, Professor Denton, why is this cut off? Anyway, who delivered his upon ancient America, its mounds and copper workers. The America is the oldest. Oh shit. Now why is this cut? You see how they sabotage shit. Now this was a good ad. I want to read this one because this one was real good. This one was hitting on something for real. So this was saying that ancient America is the oldest. Like you can't even read the rest of it. And then globe. The first land that appeared out of the waters. Okay. So we getting into who theory that was? Was that Lepongion? Or was it Ignatius Donnelly? Which one? Saying it was the oldest land that first appeared out of the water. Extended from north of the, to Labrador, and then northward toward the Arctic Sea. This, by the discovery of fossils, I guess it's proven by the discovery of fossils in some deposits which contain evidences of some oak, the beech, and other trees of that period, while no such evidence, in the corresponding deposits in human skulls were also found in which prove that Man flourished in long years before he appeared on the, I don't know what the fuck they saying. Like, it's hard. Anyway, number two, and it's a part of the same article. After America was discovered, uh, was directed to the works of the mound builders, I'm guessing. These mounds existed only in the Alleghenies. Not true. Not one was ever found in the mountains. I don't know, child. The mounds, something tens of thousands, and covered the Ohio and Mississippi Valley. Y'all, this is hard. Please bear with me. Bear with their ass, because I don't know what the hell happened. Why the damn article got cut off like this. Like, when none of the other newspapers like this. Why is this one cut off? Ugh. Okay. But others covered 400 and were 70 feet high. Some were and showed they were mounds, other were fortifications, smaller ones. Do I have a better copy of this shit? Golly. They all have copper and stone implements, pottery, coal, other evidences of the condition of the inhabitants. These mounds extend from late Superior to Mexico, I guess they saying. The antiquity of some of these mounds is not over 400 years old. Hold on now. While others are much older. Yeah. Let's get into this one. 3, the mound builders were, I don't know, Mississippians who were sent from Mexico to work. Maybe they said Mayans. I don't know, y'all. Damn. Their works are visible in all of these. This copper, by prodigious labor. Oh, let me make this bigger. Was carried to Mexico, and this proves the fact that the copper implements, the mounds and multitudinous, are copper found in Mexico by the Spanish, was superior copper, which is found, I don't know, with silver, and no other copper of is known to exist elsewhere. After, I guess, the Spanish conquered Mexico, these mound builders began to disappear. The mines were abandoned, and the Indians took possession of the. Ooh, he just ate y'all up with that one. Did he just make a stark difference between the people that they call the Indians today and the mound builders, the Mississippians? Yeah, they over here telling. Anyway, so they basically saying that, yeah, they was finding copper and everything in relation to Mexico, and how they was shipping the copper down there to Mexico. I told y'all, didn't they have extensive trade routes? So yes, they can get sand and alkali and all kinds of different things from anywhere that they need to get it from, because they connect it like that. All right, so yeah, we basically seen, the all the copper being traded and the copper being used and smelted and mined and all of that. Alchemy, y'all. Alchemy. So did it really start with the Egyptians, as y'all say? Let's see what else we got. What else we got? What else we got? Do we want to read this one? All right, this one is talking about figures of the zodiac being found. Okay, let's see. Mr. Glass and H.L. Wildrot were exploring a mound. They came upon some small slabs of dark shell, the surfaces of which were covered with yellow clay. These were found near some human bones. On removing the clay, What was their astonishment to find that they had secured pictured rocks of great value. The largest was 12 by 9 inches and 1.5 inches thick. In rubbing the clay, this slab split in two. He said the Americas have one of the largest ancient copper mines in the world. That's interesting. All right. And one of each of the plates of shell were covered with etchings, or rather deep scratches with some metal instrument. One picture represents a scene of sacrifice, evidently. A fire blazing in the center is a ring. On one side of the blaze is a prostrate human figure, and on the other side are two more beings, all bound. And around the fire and bodies, 14 persons are dancing. In an upper corner, let me make this bigger. In an upper corner is the sun with long and short rays. Opposite is the moon. We are sorry to state that since the slab has been exposed to the public gaze and these haters, persons have tested the shell by scratching it, and thus what was a well-formed face in the moon has been most wholly obstructed by scratches. Y'all couldn't scratch no other fucking parts. Y'all couldn't scratch the back that ain't have no picture on it. So y'all gonna scratch the face side. Right. The other represents animals of various kinds, some creeping, some walking, and all much as a little child might draw on a slate. One of the animals is a three-legged monstrosity with a body shaped like a mushroom. It couldn't have been intended for a turtle, as its legs were too long for that. Then there are various circles with peculiar marks inside. There is a picture of a hunter with a bow in hand, having just shot a deer which lies near him. So it seems the prehistoric man killed deer with bow and arrow, as do the Indians of our era. Another slab, 6 inches square, shows a series of circles with 12 figures between each circle, while outside of the outer circle are 12 peculiar figures that are neither human nor animal. The distances between the figures is exactly the same in the margin as in that between the rings. In the center is a small ring from which are marks pointing to the outer signs. This is supposed to be a sort of zodiacal record. Okay. Members of the Academy who have examined these treasures have no doubt as to their antiquity. In fact, the best posted feel convinced that they are the same age as the copper implements found in mounds which surrounded this one, from which these stone tablets were taken. And we ought to have said before that some of the bones found in the mounds are copper stained, and near them small pieces of copper were found. Yeah, this is like for real. So I ended up finding, because while doing this research, I am looking for artifacts of copper, different copper tools, different things that we made. Specifically, y'all already know that I was looking for a distiller, and we found one, but I'm trying to like see it. I don't want to just read about it in the newspaper. Can you show me? Because I like to be shown rather than told. So I'm looking for copper bowls, pots, anything that shows that we didn't just use copper to make ritual items or jewels or jewelry for the elite, but also that copper was used for just basic everyday necessities like cooking and eating. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I know that they probably want to just reserve these metals, to be used for the special people in the society. But if there's an abundance of it, you know, and maybe there's, like to keep up the social hierarchy, only certain people can have copper. Maybe there was that going on. But I'm still trying to find, just common everyday uses of copper, and I'm not disappointed. So let's start. We finna actually look at a lot of these copper artifacts, not just common items like bowls and shit, but we finna also look at how detailed these things get, so that we can finally see that these were some advanced people and they had an advanced knowledge of metallurgy, alchemy, because metallurgy is alchemy. But not only that, they also knew how to work these metals into some beautiful and elaborate designs. So, first, we're going to start with this ancient pre Columbian Incan Kimu. That word stands out to me because ki on ki or ki, isn't that like the prefix to chemistry or alchemy? Words matter. So this is a silver uh portrait votive cup. Okay, let's look at these. Let's look at these. I can't get this no bigger. Oh, okay. Y'all see this, right? This is pretty much a face that was this was molded into a face, but it's a cup or some type of vessel. Okay. Now, hold up now. All right. So next, what we got? What we got? What we got? All right. Pre-Columbian copper artifacts. Let's look at this one. Ooh, I think it's a death mask. Scientists find the oldest copper mask in South America. Female scientists. Why they had to? Like, why they just gonna be scientists? But anyway, discovered this 3,000 years old piece from the pre-Columbian metallurgy. Y'all see that? Kind of remind you of that movie that they call The Mask, don't it? Don't it? The origin of the pre-Columbian metallurgy was linked to the remains of the metals from the Peruvian Andes worked by men, with the copper mask found at the Valle del Cajon in the province of Catamarca. Scientists proved the importance of the Argentine Northeast in the metallurgy tradition. It is the oldest 3,000 years old metal piece of the region, which Faria, what? Which Feria in the Argentine Northeast. I don't know what the hell they talking about. But yeah. So that's dead. What else we got? What else we got? We're gonna go through a good amount of these, y'all. A good amount. Y'all see this? Y'all see this? Let's get you a closer look. Y'all, I'm talking detail. And this staff that he's holding that's got the bird man on top of it, it reminds me of things that I've seen in like the ads from the 1600s. We was, holding some of the same things. But yeah, y'all see that? Extreme detail. Okay? I mean, these people really took their time in crafting this stuff. It's not only made of copper, like a copper alloy, it also has pearl up in there. Like, this is pearl. Okay? Mother of pearl. Listen, man, these folks is not Yes, the rod and the staff. Come on through, T Hawk. The rod and the staff that comfort you. Come on, man. What else we got, man? Damn. Here we go. I finally found a fucking bowl. Y'all wouldn't believe how long it took me to find a damn bowl. We finally found a bowl. Okay, and it got the spoon to go with it. This is from the Mochi. The Mochi people, they was down there in Peru. Rare, ancient silver, gilded copper bowl and ladle, prestige set of the pre-Columbian Mochi. Mm, Let's see, get some other images of it. You see the spoon? Or a ladle, rather. Probably just a big ass spoon. Y'all know we love. Y'all know how we used to eat our cereal, get the big ass bowl with a big ass. I wish they made spoon this deep now. Like, we need to go back to the basics, y'all. Back to the basics. But yeah, y'all, there was the first bowl that I found after damn near 20 hours of looking. And boom, we got a plate. Or a more shallow bowl, I should say. Again, we need to make plates with edges, okay? So my damn food don't spill over the side. We need to go back to the basics and make these spoons deeper so we can get more in them. All right. So yeah, y'all see the plate and the spoon that go with it. What else we got, man? Yeah, let's go through these. Let's go through them. All right. Y'all see these? I should have just got the website for these. But these are, if y'all can see that right there. Let me see some. Kimu Inca tweezers. So y'all using these for surgery? I mean, I can imagine a lot of different things that they could be using these tweezers for. You know? Y'all tell me what y'all think they use them for. But look here, we get a little fancy with the bowls and the spoons now. Like, we coming up. So this is an Inca copper bowl and spoon. And it was really unfortunate that I could only find Incan or Peruvian copper artifacts like that. North America hating, Mexico hating. Like, they really don't want to show y'all. They don't want to show the world. I think they the ones that got the heaviest interest in lying to the world about who we are and who they are. So they don't want to show exactly. They is some big ass tweezers, but they really don't want to show, the artifacts that prove that we were a advanced people, because you can't really find it like that. And I'm still looking now. And I hope y'all, are encouraged to look into this shit too, because it's there, to some degree. It's there. All right. You said you can use that to get certain wild herbs. Maybe. I don't know. It can be so many different things. But yeah, we got this real nice spoon here and a bowl. That's nice, y'all. That's really nice. I like it. And then we got some copper rattles. That's interesting. Rattles? Like a maraca, old school maraca made out of metal. And this is a good one right here. Y'all see how they made the eyebrows? Look at this, man. Look at the detail, man. How they made the eyebrow. Can y'all see that? This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh shit. Okay. But yes. And I think they made the eyes out of bone or something. But yeah, y'all. What else we got? Okay, that's that cup. What this is. Ooh, let's go through the stuff that's at the Met. Now, the Met is a special place. Like the Met got a lot of different artifacts, bro. They holding on to a lot of shit. And I know they got way more in the basement than what they have on exhibit. They're holding on to a lot. So look here, look like a sacrifice scene. These are clearly the Birdman effigy. I know this. The Birdman is one of the most venerated figures in ancient America. You know, he's Horus or Heru. Okay, got from the stars, the Sirius star. But yeah, we see he cutting somebody up. Somebody is having an unfortunate day that day. I don't know if it's a sacrifice or a war or what. But yeah, let's see what else they got. They have a lot. Okay, they got a lot. Ooh, not the owl. Look at that. It's giving 3D. It's giving raised off the surface. Like, okay, this is nice. Again, detail, detail. The talons, like everything on point. What else they got? What else? What this is? Oh yeah, let's get into this one. But off with his head. Off with his head. Child. And I wonder why they put all these different, is it so that it could move and make a sound? You know, all these different discs that they got attached to it. Like these folks was skilled in a motherfucker for real. But I'm guessing they put that on there so that it made noise, that it jingled, you know, as it moved. That's I can really think of when I see that. What is this? Mm, another face, another head, another head. The teeth were inlaid. Shell. Okay. Mm. It said it was fragments of feather. I hope this ain't nobody real head, because I'm telling y'all they was good for that. They was good for making a death mask out of your actual fucking face. Real shit. What is this one? Okay, another cutout. So this is also showing y'all that they had the tools to not only, shape this in this form, but to also cut out these pieces of metal with such accuracy and detail. Look at this. These are like punched out, literally cut out. What are they doing that with? Like, do they have like metal scissors, or I don't know, like some type of like a hot pen? Have y'all ever I don't know if y'all, have seen modern day metalwork, but they have like a solder pen. Did they have that shit? Like, come on, like, I'm thinking outside of the box that they try to put us in. And like, did they have a solder pen? Or a pen that they can cut the metal out? What is this? Okay. A copper disc with some figures on the inside. Maybe I think those are monkeys. Did a lot of monkey effigies too. Here go a man right here. holding some blades, more of those little jingly things. Oh, I just realized that he got the cross. This is, wait a minute. This is the Peruvian sun god. I don't even know what they call their sun god. But in Maya religion, he would be called Kukulkan. And Aztec, he be called Quetzalcoatl. This is who Jesus was crafted off of, and him carrying his cross. This is it. Damn, this is my first time seeing this in Peruvian artifacts. Oh damn. I ain't even see that before. What else we got? Oh, this one is real nice. Look at that, y'all. We got the 3D butterfly. Or is that a moth? I think that's a moth. With the cutout. Shit accurate as hell. With the moth that's popping out from the disc, y'all. What did they use this for? What was this for? This is beautiful, man. And apparently they wanted it to move because they put all these jingly things on it so that it'll make sound. So what was it? What was it used for? What do they think? The function of this, such as the present example, is unclear. So I don't know either. Shit. They don't know either. But I tell you what, this stuff is beautiful. Now, another thing that's real interesting. Y'all know what this is? Y'all see it right here. It's a mirror. They'll make y'all think. Because don't they say that the reason that Africans traded other Africans is because they got a mirror and some liquor. So they got y'all thinking that the ancient people did not have mirrors. But yes, T-Hawk, they did. They absolutely had mirrors. And this is just an example of one with the bird effigy, the Heru effigies ideology. But yeah, I think they made mirrors out of hematite, which is a magnetic metal that we're gonna get into a little later. And y'all, we've been here for 3 hours. Thank y'all for rocking with me. I really appreciate that. This information, I took like 4 days to put all of this together, and we kind of just we just get started really. So thank y'all for being here and for tuning in to what I consider to be a different kind of live. Look at here with the shell and mother of pearl with the copper. Now, what is this? What is this? What is this? Oh, okay. So now that we have gotten into the fact that these people were not, y'all, these weren't no ignorant people, okay? We have seen just totally conclusive evidence that these people had a advanced knowledge of metallurgy and alchemy. We've seen the proof. These people knew what the hell they was doing way before Egypt, that they say is the home of alchemy. They say that Egypt is the mother of alchemy and chemistry. But we see that these folks was doing this stuff way before Egypt was even a civilization. Okay. So now that we know that, let's get back into distillery, because all of this whole thing, again, I'm proving that American Indians were the ones who started the craft of distilling fermented brews into strong liquor. Okay. So this article right here was basically pointing out that there was distillation in ancient America. Now, of course, what I said earlier, North America, Central America, they're bigger haters than it seems like South America is, and they don't want to show a lot of the things, that we need to see. They don't show a lot of the things that show that we were advanced people and that we had knowledge of chemistry long before Europe really even. They were in the dark ages when we were doing this, y'all. The dark ages. Y'all understand what that mean? They didn't have any intelligence. Wild men, wood wosses, troglodytes, still with hair all over their body. And we was over here doing what we doing with the metals. Okay. So, this right here is coming from a book, right? Let me show y'all the book. Let me say it right here. Okay. All right, let me go to. All right. So, gonna expand that so y'all can see it. All right. So y'all can see the words. So this book is called, and these long ass damn titles that they used to use, like, good God. Y'all was the inventors of run-on sentences. Jesus. A philosophical and statistical history of the inventions and customs of ancient and modern nations and the manufacture and use of inebriating liquors with the present practice of distillation in all its varieties, together with an extensive illustration of the consumption and effects of opium and other stimulants used in the East as substitutes for wine and spirits. And he, talked about what was used in the East, but he also talked about what they was using over here with the coca. How Peruvians used to have the dipsticks made out of silver. Y'all, they was making they goddamn dipsticks out of silver, y'all. I'm just bougie ass folks. Like, our folks is bougie. Like, we like nice things. Even when, for drinking and doing drugs. Okay? But anyway, this article right here says, or this book says, and this is by Samuel Morwood, by the way. Okay. So in parts of Peru, the natives distill rum from the sugarcane in a very simple manner. After the juice has been sufficiently fermented, it is put into a deep earthen pot, having a hole in the side near the top, through which passes a wooden conductor with a groove or duct in the handle. To the top of the pot, a pan is luted with clay, constantly full of cold water, serving as a condenser and causing the spirit to fall into the spoon right here. It flows along the groove into a bottle, which serves as a receiver for the spirit. So, y'all see, this is a stone or clay, rather. This is a clay distiller. And I think that they talked about this, even though it does show that they, knew the art of distillation. They use the clay one because they're still trying to make these people more primitive than they are. So it's like, you're going to get some cap with the truth with these folks. And I think we all know that, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, basically. Like, we stay having to do that. Anyway, this apparatus seems to be peculiar to the Peruvians and would lead us to suppose that distillation was in some degree known to the New World before the intercourse with Europeans. You see what I'm saying? They still want to uphold this idea that they were more advanced and that they had these tools and this knowledge before we did here in America. And we are told that the Peruvians had discovered the art of malting before that period, and that sora, a kind of beer of a very intoxicating nature, was made from it and prohibited by the Incas because it intoxicated sooner than the other liquors of the country. So, yeah, we got, evidence of them. It's another page in here showing y'all how the women would, and they still, I don't know if they still do the exact same process of masticating the grain, but they still make these drinks like in the islands in the West Indies today. God damn, I ain't found it yet. And it's something in here. Let me put this in the chat for y'all so y'all can explore this book too. But it's something in here about the people in the Pacific Islands also having knowledge of distillation. Hold on. Let me just search for the shit. Good God. Maybe it wasn't this one. Okay, it wasn't this book. My bad. But yeah, y'all see that they were, kind of admitting that they had a you know, working knowledge of they had working knowledge of distillation in Peru. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here we go. It was right here. But this was in the same book. So why in the hell I ain't find it? Anyway. Okay, so if y'all see here, this is a distiller, primitive, but anyway, a distiller that was used in Tahiti. Okay, Tahiti. In many of the South Sea islands, the knowledge of distillation and of distilled liquors has been introduced by Europeans. So they say, but Captain Cook, I know he was over there in them islands in the South Seas, when he first visited the Society Islands, found them already in possession of this knowledge with an apparatus which, from its most primitive form and materials, may have been known for many centuries. The body of the still is a large stone, hollowed to form a pot, placed on stones with spaces between the fire. To the top of this pot is placed a head formed of the hollowed out trunk of a tree. In this is inserted a long bamboo cane, which passes through a trough or gutter filled with cold water to serve as a condenser. So, boom. Not only was it, here in America, but it was also in the South Seas. And y'all have this theory that we actually left out of America and went into, you know, the South Seas, South Asia, China, and that's how these people got all of this knowledge that is oldest here in America. That's my theory. I'm an out of America theory type of girl. And there's way more evidence to back that up than it has ever been to back up some out of Africa bullshit. Okay? Cook got his ass whooped for facts. All right. So now that we have actually seen that, okay, they'll show a little bit of evidence, during colonization that these people already had stills and knew what the hell you using a steel for in the first place. You know, that's alchemistry. Alchemy. Alchemy. Okay. So let's see. What is this? What is this? This is showing evidence of them drinking wine. You know, we definitely had our wines. They also, that's another thing that they do. They act like we did not have vineyards and that we ain't drank wine. But yes, we did. Our folks is good for making a homemade wine. That's who they got the shit from. Us. Making homemade wine, moonshine, whiskey, bourbon, gin, rum. They get this stuff from us. They didn't know what the fuck a moonshine was. They didn't know what whiskey was or rum. But we're going to get into that. But I just wanted to show here that in America, wine is made in many places, both in the North and South continent. The wild vines on the Ohio attain an immense growth, and wine has been frequently made from the grapes they produce. Some species of wild vine are of prodigious size, their trunks being from 7 to 10 inches in diameter, and their branches hanging down 60 or 70 feet from the tops of the tallest trees. Y'all know a good muscadine, right? Y'all know a good muscadine. Certain Swiss settlers in the states of Ohio and Indiana have cultivated the vine with considerable advantage. The crop in 1811 was as much as 2,700 gallons, though the vineyard was only planted in 1805. The wine was said to resemble Bordeaux in quality. And y'all know that's like their highest level of wine in France, you know. But yeah, this is another book, A History and Description of Modern Wines by Cyrus Redding, and I'll drop that in the chat for you too if you are interested. So let's keep going. So we know that they are, one, they got a working knowledge of metal and alchemy. All right. Two, they use this alchemy and this working knowledge of metallurgy to make metal steels, not just clay ones or stone ones, but metal ones. We've seen it. And three, they use that distiller, okay, and their knowledge of alchemy of turning fermented fruit and water into alcohol, into strong drink. Okay. So what is we got right here? Let me see. I think I've already looked into this one. Oh yeah, this is from Sir Walter Riley. Let me see what we talking about here. Okay. So upon this river of Winnicapora, we rested a while, and from thence marched into the country to a town called after the name of the river, whereof the chief was one Timotwara, who also offered to conduct me to the top of the said mountain called Wikarima. But y'all know, like, these names, y'all. These names is only being made by folks of our color. I'm just saying. But when we came in first to the house of the said Timotwara, being upon one of their feast days, who be having them feast days, we found them all as drunk as beggars, and the pots walking from one to another without rest. We that were weary and hot with marching were glad of the plenty, though a small quantity satisfied us. Probably because this shit's stronger than what y'all are used to, because y'all only drinking beer, remember? All they know is beer, fermenting grains in water, and making beer. They don't know shit about no strong drink. All right. A small quantity satisfied us, their drink being very strong and heady. And so we rested ourselves a while. Okay. Ooh, y'all, this is good. This is good. Ew. All right. So that's the end of that one. Let's get back over her. Okay. So, and now that I found that one, George Thorpe was not the one that created. Hey Sharice, what's up, girl? Appreciate you for coming through. Now that we know that George Thorpe was not the one that made that good drink of Indian corn that he found. Okay, he said he found it. He ain't say he made it now. He said he found it. Okay. Now that we know that he did not make that good Indian corn whiskey, and we also know that Indians had a knowledge of metallurgy and the use of making copper stills. We also got, the ads with the black boy or the black prince, who? Is that Charles? Anyway, we ain't gonna go there. This ain't what this live is about. We see that the Indians, owned these copper stills where they use the brew of corn and other types of grain to distill liquor. And they was making strong drink. Okay. Now that we see that and we've seen the evidence, I started to, try to get the history of some of these drinks that were being made in the Americas. And that started with Peruvian pisco, since they about the only folks that they, want to let out the bad, that they did have a working knowledge of distillation. So let's see here. Okay, we already seen that. Okay. So that drink that Peruvians was distilling is called pichu or pichui or something like that. So they're saying that they got this from the time that the Spanish was over here, but I do not believe that, because we see that these people was doing this and they were making strong liquor out of these fermented alcohols before the Spanish ever arrived, and that the Spanish was not making strong alcohol before they came here. So what I mean, I know how to add, okay? And when I put them two and two together, I get this. The fact that they were making pichu in Peru before the Spanish. Now, they say the traditional copper alembic pot still is more commonly used by the pesqueros in Peru. Each alembic is made by hand by a specialist craftsman who will make the copper pot still to meet the specific instructions of the master distiller. And these are American people. They're not Spanish, just like George Thorpe was not the master distiller that made that good Indian corn drink. Just like Jack Daniel was not the distiller that made Tennessee whiskey. It was an American man. Okay. The one that made the drink that George Thorpe drank, he will probably forever be unnamed. But at least, thank you. Thank you to the ancestors. At least we know who made that good Tennessee whiskey. And that was Nathan Green, aka Uncle Nearest. All right. So they said that they use an alembic that has a pot where the grape or mosto, kind of like sound like Moscow or muscadine, but where the juice is heated. A swan neck where the vapors rise in reflux, a line arm that transfers the vapor to the condenser, and a condenser which cools the vapor to yield a pisco distillate that's between 38 and 48% alcohol by volume from a single distillation. So, yeah, they know how to make some strong drink. As you can say, Sir Walter Wiley and his folks couldn't handle it, which means that they're not used to drinking that. Like they look, George Thorpe said, "Yo, this shit better than our good strong English beer." Okay, because that's all y'all drinking is beer, strong beer. Y'all can make a strong lager or some shit like that. Them stouts, y'all know. Let me put it up. You know that dark ass, nasty ass beer that they be drinking. Ah, but yeah, they only got this English stout here. Okay, which is what they said 4 to 7% alcohol by volume. Like that is almost 30% less, more than 30% less than what you know than the puchu or the whiskey that they was drinking over here. Like, come on, y'all. For those that got common sense, those who know how to put two and two together, y'all see exactly what I see. And these people was not the folks that was coming over here did not have a working knowledge of distilling fermented brews into strong liquor. This is the most that they were doing is making a stout. Okay? This is the strongest, like George Thorpe said, their strongest English bill was nothing in comparison to that corn whiskey that an Indian gave him to drink. Okay? So back to it. Now that we done looked at the Peruvian pisco, let's get into that West Indian rum. Mm. All right, now this is an interesting article from the Royal Rum Society. Now they're gonna make a whole bunch of contradictions in this article now. All right, so be prepared for that. Be prepared for that. I really wanted to show y'all this picture, but it was hard to find the picture anywhere else. Let me see if it's right here. We can get it right here. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at me. All right, y'all see that, right? Let me try to zoom. God damn these. Okay, so we see here Indians that they call slaves from Africa. They growing the sugar cane right here, right? And then they taking that sugar cane, stripping it down, then taking it to the workhouse. And they said it ain't have no manufacturers over here. They said they ain't have no wheels. They said they ain't have nothing, nothing. But we clearly see that these people were extremely advanced in the sciences. But anyway, so they taking this sugar cane over here to this mill, right, where they're gonna crush it up and grind it up, right? And then it's gonna make this liquid right here. Hold on, let me get this out the way. They gonna make this liquid, right? Can I make this bigger? Oh yeah, oh yes. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. We working now. So they took this crushed sugar cane juice, right? And they're gonna take it over here. They're gonna take it over here to this big ass distiller, right? Made out of copper, got stone or brick around it. Now this is gonna boil. Now, I don't know where the hell the rest of it at. Maybe the artist not really truly understanding distillation himself forgot to draw the rest of the distillation implements. You need a some type of um device to capture the vapors, that's the alcohol vapors that's gonna rise up to the top when you boil it, and then you need to condense it and bring it down some type of tube to collect where's the liquor going. Anyway, but y'all see, this is a sugar and rum plantation, probably somewhere in Pernambuco. I don't even know what that's at, but it's in the West Indies. So back to this article. In the 1600s, we starting with the history of rum here. So the Dutch sugar plantation, okay, this is in Brazil in 1624. It is believed, not proven, but believed, that the first sugarcane sprouts were brought to the Caribbean by Christopher Columbus on his second voyage in 1493. Y'all let me know if y'all go with that. Y'all let me know if y'all accept that. But anyway, they say that he imported it from the Canary Islands. Now, where the fuck is the Canary Islands? Ain't that shit like off the coast of Africa? Didn't they send Indians to the Canary Islands? Is it possible that you got sugar cane on the Canary Islands because y'all shipped Indians to the Canary Islands, and that's why you came up with this theory, because y'all out of Africa than a motherfucker, that Christopher Columbus took the sugar cane sprouts from the Canary Islands and brought them to the West Indies? Is that possible? Yeah. Yeah. All right. So its stems are first planted on the island of Hispaniola, which is Haiti, in the Dominican Republic. Goncalo Coelho planted the first stalks of sugarcane in Brazil in 1502, so they say, and soon mills and stills sprouted along the coast, producing the first cachaças from raw cane juice that quickly fermented in the hot sun. As the colony of Brazil grew, the sugar industry spread plantations throughout the land and carried cachaça with them. Area known as Pernambuco was the epicenter of the sugar industry at the time. Portugal relied on the taxes from wine that was shipped to the colonies, but Brazilians preferred cachaça. This sounds like cachaça. Anyway, so Portugal tried to shut down the party, banning the production of this spirit. In protest, a group of distillers seized control of Rio in 1660 in what is now called the Cachaca Revolt. Portugal rolled back the law, but would try again and again to cut off cachaca. So y'all think that Christopher Columbus ass, who probably don't exist, but y'all think that Christopher Columbus brought sugar cane, it's extensively grown throughout the Indies, to Hispaniola, and he knew to make the juice from the sugar cane into rum? What they call it, cachaca in Brazil? Because surely, if he's doing that, surely they got rum in Genoa. Man, folks is burning some shit, and the smoke about to choke me the fuck out. All right. But surely, if, he's bringing this information or this knowledge over here, surely they've been making rum in Spain and Italy for centuries, right? Yeah, no. So the first documentation of rum, Richard Legan immigrated from Barbados to England in the mid 1600s. His book on the history of Barbados references an alcoholic beverage served at dinner parties made from the skimmings of sugar known as kill devil. So yeah, knocking y'all devils the fuck out, because y'all ain't used to no shit like this. But I'm supposed to believe, we supposed to believe, that y'all were the one that brought this knowledge here. Y'all know what the hell this shit is. This is the first time that y'all drinking this to the point that y'all call it kill devil because the shit will knock y'all ass on your ass. Hmm? I don't know if kachaka is. Are you talking about cacao as in chocolate? Because they got different names for that, and we're gonna get in that too, I believe. But yeah, so we you said Biz Marquis song called The Vapors. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Wake your ass up or put your ass out. But yeah, so he's saying that this shit is so strong, is killing us. We call it kill devil. Now, here we got the Barbados West India Company. Okay, the West India Company. Formed by who really formed that company? This sugar mill factory in 1667. I want to look at this too. Hopefully I can find a bigger image. Yeah, why don't let us be great? Why we can't see this? Hold on. Golly, I can. Oh, that's much better. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. All right. So this is what is a representation of the Mullins of sugar. Is that in the islands? Okay, I'm not French, so I don't know what the hell this shit's saying. But we can basically just take a look at it, right? So that's why, because in Europe everybody can read, so that's why they got pictures. Okay, so you understand what's going on. Now, these slaves that they call African, okay, that they call slaves, okay, um, they're basically harvesting this sugar cane that they say is from somewhere else, and even though they ain't never anyway, but they harvesting this sugar cane, all right, and they're bringing it over to the grind mill, okay, they're bringing it over to the grind mill that they say came from Europe, okay. And that grind mill, which they're powering by the power of water with this water mill here that they say came from Europe. All right. And the grind mill is crushing up the sugar cane, okay? And that's going to extract the juices. Because it's been a minute since I had some good, oh my God, it's been a minute since I had some sugar cane, but I'm just thinking about it right now. It's like a cool, sweet drink when you chew that sugar cane, so good. But anyway, the juices from that sugar cane, it's gonna go down here into this. I don't know if they boiling it right here or what. But again, I don't know what the hell they did, but they ain't really draw this right one because maybe what I was saying is true. They don't really understand how to make a strong drink, but they do understand how to ferment. They understand how to take some grains and put it in some water and let it sit for some days and ferment. And maybe that's why they only drew containers, that the sugarcane juice can sit in, but they didn't draw the distiller. They don't know what the fuck it is. Okay. So yeah, that's showing that. But yeah, so it's saying that this sugar mill factory in Barbados proved to be a perfect location for growing sugarcane. You don't say. The small island nation soon grew to be the most populated country and richest per square mile at the time. The spread of sugarcane spirits around the Caribbean. As the sugar became more profitable, other islands began producing sugar along with its byproduct, rum. In Martinique, their version of the sugarcane distillate rum, spelled RHUM. And y'all should know that the name rum comes from saccharum, which means sugar. But anyway, this cane distillate, rum, was produced directly from the sugar cane juice and became known as agricole. As France began using sugar beets for satisfying the demand for sugar, probably when they ass was expelled from there. But the growers began to produce even more rum agricole. The picture depicts a typical example of cutting the sugarcane in Antigua. And y'all, okay, we're going to get into that later. Okay, distilling in the 1600s. The distillation process was rudimentary in the 1600s. Basically, the fermented molasses or cane juice was heated up to separate the water from the alcohol. It was then cooled down to extract the distilled alcohol, which is rum. Y'all see that right there. Okay, so that was the history of rum. We did the history of pisco that they was making in Peru. Now, since let me tell y'all what was going on when I was doing this research. So when I was looking into the history of rum, okay, that got me into the history of sugar or sugar cane, all right, which led me to this book called Nova Reperta by Jan Vanderstraat, all right, who I call Flavius the Snitch because he telling. So let me set this up because y'all need to see this book. Hold on. Stop sharing that. I'm going to share this. Damn, hold on. Okay. All right. So, how I'm going to do this is because this book is written in Latin, I'm going to have to translate. But don't worry, y'all. It's not long and it's mostly pictures. Okay? So don't be scared. We ain't finna sit here and translate a whole entire book. Well, actually we are. But the book ain't long. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show y'all these images. Let me make sure that y'all getting as close of an image that we can. I'm gonna go over here to my translate tab, okay? And as we read, I'm going to translate these things, and we're gonna find some very, y'all gonna see why I needed to do this live, okay? So first, let's start with the title, Nova Reperta. Okay. Y'all see that, right? Let me know in the chat if you see that, please, because I need to know that y'all are able to read this with me. Please let me know if y'all see the translation. I'll wait. It's already good, but it only get better from here. But we've been here for a minute. Why y'all put that in the chat? Let me take a quick break. I will be right back. Okay. All right. Appreciate y'all. I hope that wasn't too long. Just had to take me a little break real quick. We've been here for a minute. But yeah, so we are about to get into this book called Nova Reperta. And y'all see what the translation of Nova Reperta is, correct? Press one if you okay. I see y'all said y'all can see it. Okay, great. Cause that's you need to see this. So y'all see what Nova Reperta mean, correct? Correct. It means a new discovery. Discovery. What that mean? What does to discover? Let's get a definition of discover. Define this, please. Define discover. Okay. Okay. The art the act or process of discovering, like the discovery of a lost city that you did not build. That. That part. That part. So a new discovery. This is the title of this book that we about to get into. Okay. But y'all, this ain't even the kicker. It's just starting the kick. Let's turn the page. All right, on the first page, we got here probably a Christopher Columbus figure. These are allegories. Okay. It's not really, they got the cannibals in the background, and I think this is a horse. Yeah, they started lying about that. But yeah, so we see the bottom right here. Can y'all see that? Because it's kind of small. I'm trying to make this as big as I can. It says America. America's Retixics. What does that mean? And I'm going to try my best to type this shit out because, Lord. It says the American discovered the American. I don't know if that's the right translation. But anyway, we're going to move on. We kind of get the gist. This is talking about the discovery of America. Vocavit inde semper exitum. Once he called from there, I was always excited. I don't know if Vanderstrait is talking about somebody who went to America and wrote him, because, called back then meant like you probably writing to somebody a letter. He said once he called from there, I was always excited. So maybe he's talking about, somebody that was over in America that was writing back to him in Europe about the things that they were finding over there in America. And, he wrote this book basically telling you all of the things that, they were finding. And it's important. I forgot to do this, but it's important to give y'all the date that this was written. This was written in the 1500s, in the late 1500s. So, this is pretty much before colonization. Okay, doke. You need to let that settle in, that these people were discovering this in America, before colonization. Okay. And this motherfucker telling. So the first page, you see America, kind of a description of the things that he was seeing, so-called. Okay. And he was like, man, every time he wrote me from there, man, I was excited. Like, what he gonna tell me this week? Let's get to the next page, man. Okay. So here we see this image. Let me just do that every time. Here we see an image of a man in, I guess, his bedroom. And he's got a ship over here. And then we got this rat or whatever the fuck that is, fighting the snake, and we got the globe and them Tartarian fireplaces that ain't got no wood in it, and then we got a big ass compass, big ass compass. Okay, let's go ahead and translate this. All right, so I'm gonna get that back, and y'all, this might take a while. Hang in there with me, y'all. It won't. This is not a waste of your time. So just hang in there. So this says lapis polaris magnus. Y'all probably know what this means. And damn, this shit ain't do a good job of translation at all. Okay, there we go. Polar stone. Y'all know what the polar stone is? Let me show y'all. All right, all right. Okay, hold on. This ain't the one. Is this the one? No, I ain't trying to get into that yet. Okay, let me share. Let's over here. All right, this is that same picture that we was looking at, right? I wonder if they got this whole damn book like that. Hold on, y'all. Oh wow. Yeah, I feel a little slow. But anyway, we got the same picture that we was looking at in the book Nova Reperta. Okay. And they do a translation. Damn, I ain't gotta do none of this. But I'm still gonna do it though, because it's something that I know they probably not gonna do in here. So we see that it translates literally to polar stone or a magnet. Okay. This is a compass right here. That's a compass. So they give you the description and everything. Let me put this in the chat because this is a great resource. I don't want to hold out on y'all. This is a wonderful motherfucking resource. So we see here that there is a new discovery, because Nova Reperta means new discovery of what? Compasses. Ew wee. So they could have came over here, y'all, and then seen some compasses. And now they ain't like, let me look into this. But let's talk about this. Okay. So in the foreground, bottom left, sits a primitive compass consisting of a lodestone floating on a piece of wood within a large, elaborately sculpted basin of probably water. At the desk sits Flavius Amalfitanis, the supposed inventor of the magnetic compass, a dog at his feet studying a book while measuring with a pair of dividers. That's the compass, baby. Another, more sophisticated compass, possibly in the making, complete with a windrose on his desk and the nearby table, numerous instruments associated with navigation and magnetism, a terrestrial globe, an hourglass, a versorium, don't know what the hell that is, and an armillary spear. Outside the window, the port of Amalfi with a small ship propelled by oars and a lateen rigging. In front of him, incongruously floating in the middle of the room, is a modern 6th century ocean-going ship in full sail, square rigged with 3 masts, equipped with cannon and portholes. The compass and Amalfi. The inventor of the compass is unknown. Why? This is Nova Reperta, remember? And its subsequent refinement and dissemination are poorly understood. but its spread throughout the Mediterranean has been ascribed to the sailors from the city of Amalfi. So wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. Is it saying that they ain't see this shit until they sail from Amalfi over to America? New discoveries. Okay. So yeah, they contribute the matter of fact, let me get back to my little notes over here. Theodore Debris, no, that was John Ogilvy, wrote, a book about America. And in this book, he was talking about the compass. And he was basically saying, he had started off saying that they really didn't know where the origin of the compass was. And then he started lying and saying that it was this guy, Flavius Amalfi, that discovered the compass or invented the compass. But let's keep going. Yeah, let's get to the next page. I hope this isn't it. Let me make sure it match up, because no. See, I knew it. Let me keep on going what I was going with, because they ain't finna look at this the way that I'm looking at it. Okay. Let's see if I can full screen it. Hide that. Now, this is probably the most important page, y'all. Stick around to see why. Oh, child, this is when I tell y'all I caught the Holy Ghost when I child. Let's get into it. So we already know what Nova repair to mean. Y'all know what this is? I don't know if y'all know what this is, but yeah, y'all will find out. Okay, so let's see what all, because we got a lot going on in this picture. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and just give y'all a good visual of this picture. Y'all see it, right? So we got Nova Reperta, which we know means new discoveries. Discoveries, you guys. After these people were coming over here to America, new discoveries, my babies. Then we got, I guess this is a lady over here. She pointing to America. You know what I'm saying? They giving credit to Christopher Columbus and Amerigo Vespucci and shit. Who probably are both fake as hell. And we got this guy over here. He's walking away. I don't know why they pigeon-toed like that. But anyway, he's walking away on his tippy toes. And in between the two of them, they got this right here showing America. And then next to him, they got Flavius Almaphitanis, Italus Inventor. And I'm guessing that this is a star, that's pointing northward. And then they got the other, I'm guessing these is cardinal directions. And this is probably the North Star. Okay. Right. So in the middle, we got what looks to be some type of maybe a press or something like that. Like they pressing some shit down and they laying some shit out on the stream. And then down here we got a lot going on. Look like a cannon right here in the middle with some cannonballs, and I'm guessing it's some gunpowder. And over here we got some wood. Like what the hell? And then we got over here. Is that a distiller? That might have to be a distiller, is it? That ain't no distiller, is it? Is that a distiller? Did y'all make a new discovery of a distiller? Yeah. So that's that on this side. And then we come over here to this side. And it looks like a saddle with some stirrups. Discovering a saddle with stirrups, are we? All right. Let's keep going. Here it looks like, is this a clock? looks like a clock or something, with a bell on top with something that's gonna strike it. Maybe like an alarm clock, or some, it's gonna hit the bell every time it hit the hour mark. I don't know. Don't know yet. We're looking into it. We're just now looking at this. And over here we got, look like a little tree or something with some balls on it. Oh, those are warm. Oh, that wouldn't happen to be silkworms, would it? Hmm. Interesting. Okay, so we've pretty much, kind of looked at everything that we see here. Oh, I also forgot to point out that the both of them are holding snakes, and if you look at the snake, it's biting its tail. Could anybody in the chat put in there, if you know what that means for a snake to be biting its tail? Could you put it in the chat for me? I want to see if y'all with me. Let's see if y'all with me before we actually start translating the words on this image, because it's about to get real. It's about to get real. Y'all might holler. Whew. Try. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. All right. I ain't seen y'all putting nothing in the chat yet, so I'm gonna say it. This image of a snake biting its tail. Let's get it. Let me open up a new tab. Okay. So the snake biting its tail, I don't know who called it Ouroboros. I don't know who language that is. But y'all see that it means rebirth or cycles. 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 Let's see if they gonna show it. If they gonna show it on this one. Now they keep on talking about Ouroboros. I'm guessing that's the okay dope. Here we go. Y'all have seen this in the Maya pantheon, the Maya mythology. This is Kukulkan. They got it. They always conflating Mayan with Aztec. Jesus. This is Kukulkan, the sun deity. Why is a snake eating its tail representation of the sun, but not just in Mayan belief? And they don't show it right. They know what I'm trying to show, and they're not showing it right. Anyway, not only do the Mayans have this god that is a snake eating its tail, but they say that they're West Africans, but the Haitians also, the Taino people, the Caribbean people, they also have a effigy or ideology of a god who is depicted as a snake eating its tail, and that God is always a sun god. Why is a snake eating its tail the representation of a sun god? We just saw that that means the cycle, which they say life and death, but also a cycle and rebirth. It's representative of a sun god because the sun cycles every single day. Peace to you, brother Nate. Thank you for coming through. The sun cycles every single day. Every day. It goes up, it goes down. It's literally a snake eating its own tail. So let's get back to this. All right, so now we know what that mean. Let's go ahead and start doing these translations because this is the part. This is the part. I said this is the part. Sorry, y'all. Excuse me. Okay. So, I was looking at everything, I was down here, you know, um, translating everything, but it wasn't until I translated this part right here that, it's supposed to be, kind of not even important, but this is the most powerful, most enlightening part. It's the smallest, but it is the most enlightening. Let's go. That's one Stradinus or John Stradinus. And they used to use a U for a V. And y'all see that, right? I we finna have a moment of silence. We gonna take a moment to digest this and really, really get an understanding of this. Please tell me if you hear, if you can, type in the chat. Please tell me if you see, because this is why I'm doing this live. Please tell me if you see what that say in this translation box. Please tell me if you see what this translates to. I'm gonna give y'all a moment to just take this in. I'm gonna give y'all a moment to take in what that word means. Cause this is what had me hollering and running throughout my house the other night. This what had me going smooth. this is what this is what had me in such a mode of, man, when I tell you I was thankful and I was, oh boy, was I feeling favored. I was feeling like I felt the power. I felt the power. Thank you, Ambush Predator. I don't even know if I got any of that set up. I guess I can put my cash app in the chat. Uh I'll do that a little later. But we got to I don't know what y'all doing over there, but when I first found this, when I translated this, because y'all keep in mind that I had been working on this. I wasn't even sleeping. I had been working on this for probably 20 hours when I had found this. So I'm having a whole moment when I find out what invent really fucking means. I already done seen, the title Nova Repair to means new discoveries. But when I see what this word invent really mean, I just, woo, y'all, I gave thanks. I felt the power. I felt so grateful and so favored to have found this, because it's just sitting on the archives, chilling. Nobody none the wise about the existence of this book. Okay. And of course I didn't know that invent mean find. Now we know already, anybody that's been in this truth for a minute, you already know that these people founded a lot of these buildings. They literally got the word founded on it. They didn't build them, they found them. But it just hit different, y'all, when I translated this shit and it said one Stratinus finds. It just hit me in a whole nother kind of way. I already knew, but just to see it on the screen. Invent means to find? Excuse me? Jesus. So everything that we finna see in this book is something that they found after coming to America. Let's get into it. And I'm gonna try to actually show some type of article or something else, that we got from the present day that shows you these things in America in the past when we're going through this. So let's get it started. All right. So number one is America. We already know what America is. We know how old America is. We know how great America is. So let's move on to number two. Number two, Lapis Polaris. Jesus. This is what is. I ain't got no words, y'all. I really don't. All right. So we're going to get into the compass and how they discovered it and who has actually been the ones contributed to be the creators. Can y'all see that? Hold up. Lodestone compass, Chinese or Olmec primacy. Y'all already know. I already gave y'all my theory about the out of America theory and how we not only did we go into Europe by way of Labrador and the the north up there near the Arctic, but we also went into Asia, South Asia, by way of the Pacific Ocean. So, is it Chinese or is it Olmec first? Let's get into it. So it says that a multidisciplinary analysis of an Olmec hematite artifact from San Lorenzo and Veracruz, Mexico. All right. Considering the unique morphology and composition of M6. That is too much. I ain't trying to read all this now. Damn. All right, let's get to it. Okay. I'm going to read this. The observation of the family of Olmec site alignments 8 degrees west of north is a curiosity in its own right. So these people were aligning. We already know the mound builders aligned all different types of structures to the stars, my babies. And the possibility that these alignments have an astronomical or geometric, so we got knowledge of geometry, origin should be explored. It absolutely should be. I also believe that it is constructive to compare the first millennium Chinese who used the lodestone compass for geomancy with the Gulf Coast Olmec, since both were agrarian terrestrial societies, meaning that they grew food. They were agriculturalists. The Olmec's apparent concern with orientation and skillful use of magnetic minerals also stimulates one to draw cross-cultural parallels. The evidence and analysis offered in this article provide a basis for hypotheses of parallel culture developments in China in what they call the Olmec New World. Again, baby is in the bathwater. Okay? So we seeing that, yeah, they discovered a compass over here when they came here, and that the Olmec, as far as scientists are telling us right now, that's where they found the oldest use of uh, geomancy, basically, like alchemy. Jesus, I mean, this shit deep. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. Number 3, Ignibus amata pool Lewis. Now this shit ain't make no kind of sense, right? So sometimes, because who is loved by fire and dust? Sometimes you know, you gotta be smart. Let's take out amata. Amata means beloved. So what I did was search Google for it. What else can I get from amata? All right, I'm getting the wife of a Roman king, Latinus, like literally what they're naming the language from. Not really getting anything out of that and make any damn sense. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at the image, right? We clearly see that this is an image of war. It's a cannon. It's an image of war. Amata. Do you think maybe they meant armata? Thank God for intelligence, because if you just had these folk to depend on, boy, you'd be lost out here, I swear to God. So now we understand. Now we understand what this meant. They forgot the R or something. But this says armed with fire and powder. It is a cannon. Okay. And in these barrels next to that cannon is gunpowder. Let's get into it. Okay. Briefly, we're going to get into the history of thermal weapons. Briefly, because we've been here for a minute. All right. So the early thermal weapons used heat or burning action to destroy or damage enemy personnel, fortifications, or territories. They were employed in warfare during the classical and medieval periods, and probably even before then. All right. So let's see. Fire and sword. We got the Greeks. They only want to give credit. They only want to act like people in Europe, Asia, and Africa existed in this world. So, of course, we're only going to hear about what those people did and nothing about America. Nothing. Not a damn thing. So, where was I? Where was I getting into? Okay, gunpowder. They say that gunpowder was used, like the oldest was back in like China. Of course, they always giving it to China. If they can't give it to America, well, the next best thing would be saying that it was China, but out of America theory. Okay, so the cannon, since this is what we are looking at, right? So the cannon is a large caliber gun classified as a type of artillery, which usually launches a projectile using explosive chemical propellant, which is gunpowder. Okay. All right. So they attribute this to China. They say that the Spanish got their cannons from China, even though they weren't going to China. They were going to America, y'all. And we just saw Nova Reperta, new discoveries in America. So yeah, y'all, the cannon is not from China. Even though they say that it was from China, all they showing you here is a fucking rocket. It's just a firework. It's not a cannon. But they saw cannons when they got over here in the 1500s, though. All right, so I think that's good enough for that one. Let's move on to the next one. Imprimi voluma. That's number four. Number four, imprimi volumina. Oh, to print the volumes. Oh, this one, number four, is a printing press. Printing press. Okay. Okay. Let's look at it. So, printers back in the day would take copper plates. Let's take a look at it. They would take these plates, right? And this is the same image from Nova Reperta that y'all gonna see later. Damn, what's oh, okay. So it says it's a machine by which text and images are transferred from movable type to paper or other media by means of ink. Movable type and paper were invented in China. And the oldest known extant book printed from movable type was created in Korea in the 14th century. Printing first became mechanized in Europe during the 15th century. I don't even really like reading this because I'm going to show you how nothing that I just read is true. The only thing that is true is the definition. But everything about, who first invented it is never true. We're reading Nova Reperta. Like, these folk read the same book that we reading right now. How is it that how you don't get the same meaning that we got? Is it perspective? Gotta be. Even still, even if you think that this shit come from the old world, the shit still means new discoveries. And this is about America. This book is about America, not the rest of the world, not China, not Europe, not Africa. It's about America, new discoveries in America. So how in the hell am I reading some shit about China inventing this or Korea inventing this? Oh yeah, because y'all trying to say that they came over here and yeah, blase, freaking blase. So we have evidence that I'm going to show y'all later, okay, when we get a little deeper into things about how these things were here in America outside of this book. So let's move on. We done seen the cannon, the printing press, the compass. What's next? All right, now this one is a little hard. Number 5. What's number 5? What the picture is? Number 5. Number 5. Damn, y'all, what number 5 at? Oh, right here, right here. No. Right? Yeah, right here. Okay. This is number 5. The clock. Okay. Rotisk. Ivgus. Chime. Latin. Lord. Aura. Ferris. Nah, that must be Angus. You see how something like this shit don't be making no damn sense, like when you try to translate it in the way that they write it. So you gotta look to see what the hell every word means. Okay. Now this is making more sense. And the iron wheels. Ooh, not iron. Again, iron in America before colonization. And the iron wheels were put in at an hour. Now, this isn't exactly what we mean. So let's look at this image to get a better understanding of what this is. Okay. Y'all see the clock, right? This is a clock face. It got the actually they have 1 o'clock in the place of 12, believe it or not. So you see that these are gears, and they're basically saying that this is a clock that claims with this this little hammer right here on this bell on every hour. Y'all know, I don't know if y'all be into the Tartarian shit, but how they talked about the bells and how the bells would go off at every hour, and that, that frequency would be used to like clear the air of negativity. Well, we got a little miniature representation of that. And I really do miss some bells because we used to have one that went off here in my city. And y'all probably understand it's the same thing. But for some reason, they stopped the use of the bell. But yeah, so we had grandfather clocks and clocks, alarm clocks and things of that nature. All right. And what we're going to get into later with the clock, that's going to be fascinating too. All right, number 6, Hayakam. What the hell is that? Now, when you try to translate it, from Latin into English, it translates to this one, which don't make no damn sense. So, of course, what I got to do, use my due diligence, and boom, Hayakam. Oh, okay, that's what y'all was talking about. It was just y'all Anglicization of this. I guess this is Spanish. I don't know if it's indigenous, but Hayakam. What is this? What is this? Hayakam, sometimes spelled huak. Anyway, is a genus of flowering plants in the caltrop family. It contains five species of slow-growing shrubs and trees that reach a height of approximately 66 feet, but usually less than half of that. All are native to subtropical and tropical regions of the Americas. Okay, because again, this book is about new discoveries in America. Goddamn. So now that we got that, let's move on. Okay. So next, oh yeah, and that was the Hayakam wood, y'all. Next, Ab Igne Stilla, and this is why why I'm doing this in the first place, how all of this started. I was looking for this. This here. Drop from the fire. The fire causes the water vapor to drop into the receiver. Ab Igne Stilla. The distiller was discovered in America. I'm so glad that the ancestors be leading me into doing some stuff like other people might think are weird or pointless. But as you can see, it always leads to somewhere, you know? So when you see that the distiller was discovered in America, Lord have mercy. They call this right here. And these buildings are found almost everywhere. Well, they used to be found almost everywhere in America. The buildings with the arches and, the stone forts and things like that. I don't know if y'all have ever seen it before, but Montezuma's kingdom, the Aztec king, his kingdom was made up of Tartarian, what they call Tartarian buildings, where they had the domes and arches and the rococo detail in stone, like I mean crazy stonework, like a level above what y'all seen in those Peruvian copper artifacts. And these people, they really got busy with the stonework. Like it was so serious. It's like a religion. Masonry, Freemasonry, They get all of their knowledge from here. They make it a cult so that we think that it's something that we shouldn't touch or look into, that will be forbidden. But everything that a Freemason knows comes from the American Mason. Okay. You know what? I haven't even gotten into, you know, electrics. I haven't gotten into that, but shit, that might be something I get into next, you know? But I know that these people had the power of using um mercury and ether to conduct free energy. And I don't get into that here, but maybe one day. So this is called a Moor's Head distiller. Okay. We know who the Moors are. We're gonna get into that later. But yes, the distiller found here in America. All right. Next, we got Phila Serica, and this is a big one. Everything that we see in here, they've always contributed to another place. Silk threads. Don't they say that the shit come from China? But we finna go on the rabbit hole with that one. I mean for real. We gonna go on the rabbit hole with that one. But let's get through this. All right, number 9. Oh yeah, that was this picture right here. This was actually silkworms, y'all can see down here, and they got the silk thread cocoons right there. So number 9. This is the saddle with the stirrups. Staff K. Lord have mercy. How they was spelling this stuff. Prisco. Aper Aperta. Kunkta. Not Kunkta Kent. Seculo. Child, this don't make no damn sense. Hold on, y'all. Gotta replace the AEs with the actual character. That almost made more sense. Anyway, y'all, this is a horse saddle with stirrups. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm gonna show y'all that now they contribute this to the 19th century, but we can clearly see it was here in the motherfucking 16th century. Anyway, so the 19th century, why is this cut off? Anyway, child. So they say that the 19th century marked a turning point in saddle design thanks to the Industrial Revolution. Advances in materials and manufacturing techniques led to the production of more durable and standardized saddles. The introduction of the English saddle, with its distinct design features such as a deep seat and shorter flaps, became popular among riders in England and beyond. Became popular among writers in England and beyond. So, do you mean that it was introduced to England in the 1800s, just like rum? Like it didn't come from there; it was introduced there. Okay. The Western saddle, which is the one that you're seeing right here. This is an example of the Western saddle. The Western saddle, developed in the American West, also emerged during this period. Designed for cattle ranching and long hours of riding, the Western saddle featured a sturdy horn, this right here, that you hold on to, and a wide, comfortable seat, making it well suited for the demands of ranch work. It's a wide, comfortable seat. Now they also talk about the stirrups, but we're gonna get into that a little later. All right, so now that we have gone through this page, and the most important thing on this page was that word invent, and we understand that means to find. Lord have mercy. We can move on. All right, so this image is them making gunpowder. And again, this is new discoveries in America. So this is not in Europe. This is in America. They're making gunpowder, y'all. They making gunpowder. They're using the gunpowder at the forts. Ooh, not toppling over a Tartarian tower. Not destroying a star fort. Y'all gonna have to excuse my antics, but how I be when I be seeing this shit. Anyway, they making the cannon, what they call this, the shaft of the cannon. Um the gunpowder is being made, all of this. Let's actually this means gunpowder right here. Let's see. Manu Kwati Tony Trua Atke Full Mina. Ooh, with the hand that shakes thunder and lightning. That's how powerful it was. Okay. Datum videtur inferis ab in, I think that's invitus. Seems to have been given to the underworld. Oh no, that's not what I mean. By the enemies. Wait a minute. Let's flip that around a little bit. Seems to have been given to the enemies by the underworld. Who is y'all enemies? Who are the enemies of the Italians and the Spaniards? That wouldn't happen to be them Indians, would it? In the 1500s? It happened to be them Indians that y'all trying to, come into their territory and enslave them, would it? The Moors, the Saracens, the heathens that, y'all promised to put into perpetual slavery. Are those the enemies that got these cannons from the underworld? Let's move on. Okay, so now we are at what looks like a printing press. Right? Right? Okay, so let's translate. Potest ut una vox capi are plurima. One voice can be caught by many ears. Let's put in the rest. Lenunt ita una scripta mille páginas. If I was to do that, for the sake of time, I'm not going to. But if I was to rearrange these words a little bit, this would basically say, written this way, one voice can catch many ears and they can cover 1,000 pages. Basically, you can write 1,000 pages and print it over and over and over again. And many people can read your book instead of how it used to be, where if they did write a book, only select people who could get their hands on that one book could read it. But because of what these Indians did, Now y'all have the ability to get your books out to many people. So let's talk about the Mississippian copper plaques real quick, or the plaques. They are plain and repossessed. What? Oh, okay. Plates of beaten copper, crafted by people of various regional expressions of the Mississippian culture between 800 and 1600 CE. I don't even like them dates. They have been found as artifacts and archaeological sites in the American Midwest and Southeast. The plates, found as far afield as Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Wisconsin, were instrumental in the development of the archaeological concept known as the Southeastern Ceremonial Complex. Some of the more notable examples are representations of raptorial birds. Now, that's just the effigies that are made out of copper. Let's get into making copper plates for impression or engravings. So let's see where it started. Let's see. After the flat sheets of copper were produced, designs were then embossed into the surfaces, of course, because they do not want to, again, the baby is always in a ocean of bath water. They do not want to tell you how advanced the people was in America. But if y'all been here, if y'all rewatch this live, if you ain't catch it, we already went over how the Americas was full of people who had the knowledge of alchemy and metallurgy and using that to make all kinds, whatever the hell they needed. They use that metal. They use glass, all kinds of things that they say that wasn't used here. Freaking stone, bone, or wood. They want to keep us in the stone age. When they ancestors was the ones in the stone age before they came over here. This shit pissed me off. Anyway, Frank Hamilton Cushing, an anthropologist working in the early 20th century, worked out a method for flattening and embossing the plates. He hammered raw nuggets of copper smooth and removed imperfections by scouring the surface with a piece of sandstone. He was then able to duplicate the avian designs by resting the sheet of copper on a rawhide pattern. I don't even know why I'm reading this, because I think that they basically did that to try to see how the Indians was doing it. Anyway, this produced a sharp, thin line that, when the plate was reversed, resembled the embossed lines of the Aboriginal artifacts. This process is thought to be similar in principle to the means used by Mississippian coppersmiths. It's also literally how you got the printing press, because they doing the same damn thing. They're making where is that? One of these folks is making a design, right? Oh, they got Jesus on the wall. They're making the designs out of a copper plate. Okay. They engraving the designs on a copper plate, and it's gonna be best to do that. It's gonna be easiest to do that with metal. Okay. You make the engraving, and then you use that engraving. You put ink on it. What this dude doing right here? He putting ink on it. In the thing right here is ink, and then they're gonna take paper, okay, and you put the copper plate on the damn printer right here, and you press it down, and then it imprints on the paper. But y'all want to say that y'all got that from American Indians. Let's move on. All right. Next, what we got here? Okay. The clocks and the iron wheels and all of that. Look how they building the clocks. Look at them building the clocks. Look at the cuckoo clock right here. The pendulum, what they call the pendulum clock. Okay, I ain't even gonna actually, yes I am. Yes I am. I'm not going to be lazy. Rota, and I got to use this damn character again. Aquatherea, aetherisk. Talking about the etheism. Voluiter. Mm, that's Rota. Okay. Recluded a quay et high hike et illa tempora. Now, this kind of don't make sense, but we can use the image to get the meaning out of what they're saying. So basically, they're saying that, the times are divided equally. Okay. Right. As you can see right here. And there are wheels in there. And when the wheels turn, they turn the hand of the clock. Okay. And also, they have this bell at the top that rings every time that hand hits another hour mark. New discoveries in America, y'all. Let's move on. Oh no, let's not move on because it's something special I want to show y'all. Have y'all heard of this? Oh my God. Ancient Peruvian sun calendar declared UN heritage site. Now this is, I'm gonna try to show y'all like what the ancients were doing, before we evolved into what they're talking about in this book. Now this is a sun calendar or a literal clock. Okay. It says a 2,300-year-old solar observatory in Peru, a structure of 13 stone towers. Ooh, that sounds like Stonehenge. Built atop a hill and used as a calendar, was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site. You know what? This is not what I didn't mean to say this, but this is still interesting. This is basically a Peruvian Stonehenge. But this, what a thing is that I was trying to show y'all. Hold on. Stone clock in Peru. Lord, now I gotta look. Okay, here it go. Here it go. Here it go. But this is yet another one that's in Machu Picchu. I'm trying to find this one, not on a YouTube video, but whatever. We'll watch. Oh, here it go. Here it go. Structures. What the y'all don't feel like. I feel like. What the hell is they talking about aliens for? Oh yeah, maybe because they don't want to actually attribute this to ancient people. Cause if y'all ain't do it, then aliens had to. Y'all get on my damn nerve. This some bullshit, man. What the hell? And then people actually believe this shit, man. Y'all ain't seen no alien since, but they still wanna go with, man, come on, man. Anyway, do y'all see this? They are not finna ruin the moment. They are not. Do you see this, you guys? So anyway, they want to call themselves ancient technology experts. They suggest that I'm why? What? Why? Why a person couldn't do that? Why that had to be do y'all see this? Why did this have to be an alien? So that a person doing this just totally went past y'all mind and went straight to alien. That's what you're telling me. Y'all can't depend on these people to tell you the truth, man. You have to do what I just did this weekend and do your own deep dive because God. Because God. Okay. He says Brian Forster made it clear that human beings who lived in this area known as Incas could not build such gigantic structures, as the stones that were cut and shaped for construction were much harder than bronze. This is what he's saying now. The Incas could not have built the megalithic structures because they were Bronze Age people, and the stone was cut and that was cut in shape was much harder than bronze. Things are very clear, and the basic principle of cutting is simple. The tool you are using should be harder than the material you are cutting. We've seen that these people had the knowledge of alchemy, which means that you can transmute, you can put together all kinds of different ratios of metals to form another one. How the fuck? Y'all, excuse me, I'm getting upset. How was steel made, you guys? How was steel made? Was it not made by the alchemical transmutation of iron? Is not steel, even iron isn't. Wait a minute. Let me be right and exact. Do a little googling. If I can damn type. Okay. Bronze is harder than pure iron. Okay. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin, and it makes it inherently stronger than iron alone. So they was making iron, they was making bronze. How you get steel? Let me get the damn thing out the way. Okay. So you make steel out of combining iron ore, okay, which we have evidence of in the Americas, coal. Anybody can make coal, it's burning shit. Limestone. Ooh, there go that limestone again. If you did your research into ancient America, you know that we good for using some limestone for all kinds of shit. From making Maya blue, from making a perm, to using that shit to get high off of. We gonna use some limestone. So everything that you need to make steel is here in the Americas, plus a very advanced knowledge of alchemical metallurgy, but it took aliens. Man, get the out of here, bruh. But anyway, we see that they cut out this stone clock right here into a mountain. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's move on. All right. Next page. How you come? How you come? As y'all remember, how you come was that wood that they discovered over here, right? Native only to the Americas. Basically, the reason why they needed this or thought this wood was very, very important. Okay. And it looks like maybe they, learned this from Taino people or something, because the word is of American origin, according to them. Members of the genus have a variety of uses, including as lumber, for medicinal purposes, and as ornaments. So let's get into how they use it for medicinal purposes. All right. I do some damn translating. Okay. First, let's look at this picture because I mean they went into, and again, y'all, this is engraved on copper plates, my babies. I wish that I hope that one day we'll be able to see, the different things that Indians made out of copper plates because we only see the stuff that they made. But anyway, so this man in his sick bed, and I'm guessing this is a flower of the Hayakam that they, saying cured him or whatever, drinking a glass of water. They over here making a poultice out of it. He chopping the wood up. But yeah, let's see what they use it to treat. Elvis. No, is that leaves? That's probably leaves, or is it? I don't know. What? Hold on, I ain't typing this right. Veneria. That probably sound familiar to y'all. I don't know. Uh, so venereal mean romantic. Oh wow, romantic disease. That's crazy. That is crazy. Okay. Anyway, higher come. It this is not working. Anyway, they saying it cures venereal diseases. Okay. So let's get down here. Gra Gravata Morbo app hockey membramolia burdened with disease or these soft limbs. Let me use the rest of it. It's the Sorpta cocktail. Okay. Burdened with disease. Will this soft cooking relieve these soft limbs? Child, anyway, they were using Hayakam to cure syphilis. Okay. Let me just give y'all the straight because sometimes this shit do not work. But yeah, they use Hayakam to cure venereal disease such as syphilis. And they was, oh my God, was they ambush predator? Heavily infected. These same people got the damn plague. Okay. You say these folks came over here nasty as hell, dirty as hell, stank as hell, and got the nerve to want to touch us. That's crazy. But let's move on, child. This is probably my favorite part because it's the reason I got into this in the first place. And this is the process of distillation. Distillation. All right, let's translate what's at the bottom. Then we're going to look at the picture a little bit. In Igne, succus, okay, omni, arte, corporum, vegans, fit unda, limpida, right? That is what they say, right? Limpida et patissima. Okay. Hold on. Okay. In the fire, the juices of all the bodies becomes a vigorous wave. They say wave. Clear and powerful. I don't know if that's wave for real. Let me see. Unda. Wave chime. But it translates to they're making clear and powerful distillates, or whether it be liquor, alcohol that you use for medicinal purposes, whatever you can distill. You know what I'm saying? All kinds of different apothecaries. All different kinds of apothecaries. All right. Again, now These are the same people who went through the Black Plague and needed Moors. If anybody needed anybody, it was y'all who needed us to come and clean y'all's country up. And then it led to all of this with y'all coming over here. So the same people who taught y'all how to bathe, taught y'all what soap was and how to use perfumes, which are distillates of different extracts of flowers. That's how you make perfume. Um, yeah, taught y'all how to bathe, use soap, use perfumes, and different types of deodorants so that you would be clean and smell good. Okay. Okay. Yes, I definitely agree. Gotta post that. The largest Holocaust in history was here in the Americas, which wiped out a large portion of our people, leaving the land open for conquest. Absolutely. Oh yeah, the lice, the crabs, the clap, the scab. Ooh, now I see what you did with that. I see what you did there, Ryan. Absolutely though, man. These folks got scabies and everything. Though. Like, these people were nasty. But yeah, they learned the art of distillation when they came here to America and made their Nova Reperta, their new discoveries. All right, so I wanted to show some else in that document that we was reading earlier. Or did it? Did I show everything? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did. All right. I already showed y'all, everything that they were doing here in America, how, we formed retort. And this was old. It was in a mound, meaning it was primitive. A retort, a copper retort that you use to distill liquids into stronger distillates of that liquid. Alchemy in a mound. So, that's basically showing you that the descendants of those same people who made that retort have only advanced in their knowledge of distillation and also in building and inventing different processes of distillation and making the technology better, you know and this what you see in this picture is a result of all of those years of learning and crafting, you know starting with what our ancestors gave us, which we do today. So yeah, let's move on because this is going to be a rabbit hole what we get into next, and that's this. What y'all looking at here is the process of making silk from silkworms. Okay. So when we translate this, ser, sive, sericus, vermis, ser, or silkworm. Okay. Let's continue. Wistianius, wa, vermis, accipit. Justin takes the eggs of a worm, and this is Justin right here, who was King Justinian at that time, I believe. Takes the eggs of a worm, right? Serinda ab urbe fila ki net aria. Hold on, I ain't spelled that right. Serinda ab ur or yeah urbe. It still ain't what it's. Anyway, they take the cocoons of the silkworms, right? And then they thread it, what they doing here in the back, into gold. But really it's silk. You see the process of getting the cocoons from the tree where the silkworms are. And they're taking the cocoons and they're kind of spreading it out into these thin threads, which they're going to, weave into making silk. Okay. Look, they outside with it. But yeah, they discovered this in America, and this is supposed to be King Justinian. So let's start with this rabbit hole. So y'all see this, right? Hold on. First of all, let's look up King Justinian. Here we go. Former emperor of the Byzantine Empire. They say that he ruled the between, now I don't know if this was, I don't know what Justinian this was, but he's the one that I guess took the silk. Anyway, so he's supposed to be the king of the Byzantine Empire. This him right here or whatever. Now let's read this. So they said that the Byzantine capital of Constantinople was the first significant silk weaving center in Europe. Silk was one of the most important commodities in the Byzantine economy, used by the state both as a means of payment and of diplomacy. They say that the raw silk was brought from China and made into fine fabrics that commanded high prices throughout the world. Later, silkworms were smuggled into the empire, and the overland silk trade gradually became less important. Oh my God. Y'all, please stay with me. Please. Okay. We need to highlight this right here. They just said that, raw silk came from somewhere else. I'm not going to repeat China. And made into fine fabrics that commanded high prices. All right. Then he said that they smuggled them into Europe. Okay. He smuggled them back into the Roman Empire. And then the overland silk trade gradually became less important, meaning where they were getting the silk from no longer had the monopoly on silk making after this motherfucker here took the silkworms, smuggled them in to Europe. Okay. I wish I could pin this somewhere. Cause we finna do a deep dive. Yeah, we about to dive in. All right, let me finish this first because I need to get to the part that get to the next part I'm finna go into. All right, let's see. The development. So in the time of the Roman Empire, silk textiles reached the West overland via the Silk Road now. The Silk Road. Okay. They say it's across Asia from China. That's what they say. That's what they say. Passing through the Parthian Empire and later the Sassanid Empire for trading centers in Syria. Imports of raw silk, silk yarn, and finished fabrics are all recorded, but the techniques of producing these textiles from the silkworm remain a closely guarded secret of the Chinese, supposedly, until the emperor of the East, Justinian, arranged to have a silkworm. It's almost like they added 1,000 years to the timeline. So, oops, did they actually? Wait a minute. Y'all, Google ain't gonna help with this. Google is not gonna help. I can't find that right now. But I want y'all to know that yes, the Ottomans added 1,000 years to the timeline. So that's probably why we're reading that this was happening in 482 through 565. instead of reading, it was happening in 1482 and 1565. Because remember, when this book, Nova Reperta, or New Discoveries, was written in the 1500s. Let's go. So it's saying that he smuggled these in, right? And now they have the silkworm over here, okay? And that they first got it, from what they call the Silk Road, okay? That, includes this place called Serica or Ceres, because even here you got the word ser, okay, which means silk, or does it? So the city of Serica. Serica was the name given by ancient Greeks and Romans to one of the easternmost countries in Asia. They generally think to refer to North China, and that the people of Serica were called the Seres. But let me show y'all the map. Where is that? Here we go. Okay. So y'all should be able to see that this is a map of the New World, what they call the Old World. And you got Europe here. Constantinople would be somewhere up in here. And you got Sinai or Sinai, which is China, way down here under the Yellow River. Where is Serica? Way up here. Way up here. Not near at all. So basically, if we take their narrative, then they got it from up here. Serica was up here somewhere. Now, make sure I'm breaking this down right. So they say that the Silk Road was a network of Asian trade routes that were active from the 2nd century BCE until the mid 15th century. Now, y'all, it's funny how y'all lose the monopoly on silk at the same time that these people are coming over here. It's funny. And then they say that you lost the monopoly on silk after Justinian smuggled in the silkworms, and that was supposed to have been 1,000 years before. So how did it take you 1,000 years to lose the monopoly? When they said that when they did that, that's when you lost the monopoly, because they were able to make their own silk. Okay. So let's keep going. Now, where else was I going with this? Where else was I going? And y'all can see here that this is Cap, because Serica's not down here. Serica is way up here. The road should have been going here, right? Am I right? BA Finest, what you mean? What's my channel? Hidden in the Real? Yeah. But the Silk Road should be coming, it should be way up north here, not down here. That don't make no sense. Serica's up here. The Ceres where you getting silk from is up here. Up here, babies. This place is also called Tartary. Tartary. But before I even go into that rabbit hole, let's kind of focus on that word Ceres or Sarah or Saracen. Who were the Saracens? Hmm. It says that this term is used both in Greek and Latin writings between the 5th and 15th centuries to refer to the people who lived in or near what was designated by the Romans as Arabia Petraea and Arabia Deserta. The term's meaning evolved during its history of usage. During the early Middle Ages, the term came to be associated with the tribes of Arabia. But the oldest known source mentioning Saracens in relation to Islam, that is, I don't know why they got to relate it to Islam. But anyway, it dates back to the 7th century in the Greek language, Christian tract Doctrina Jacobi, like for Jacobites. Among other major events, the tract discusses the Muslim conquest of the Levant. Okay. By the 12th century, Saracen developed various overlapping definitions, generally conflating peoples and cultures associated with Islam, the Near East, and the Abbasid Caliphate. Such an expansion in the meaning of the term had begun centuries earlier among the Byzantine Greeks. You mean the same Byzantines that was ruled by Justinian that he stole the silkworm from so he could make silk himself in Constantinople so that that Roman Empire could become great and own the monopoly over such a valuable commodity. That one. So, it's evidence and documents from the 8th century where Saracen is synonymous with Muslim. And I will go further than the people who wrote this article and say that it is synonymous with Moor. It's not. All right. So I think I'm making sense. Y'all let me know if I'm making any sense, because it can be hard to get your theories and your ideas and what's in your mind. It could be kind of hard to communicate that with other people. All right. Damn. Okay. So that brought me to this here. Dumb verses. In the same time that Constantinople, or the Roman Empire, the old Roman Empire, the same time that they were, monopolizing the trade routes. Okay. We got this whole thing going on with, the Crusades, where these Christians are fighting against these Saracens, or sons of Sarah, who a lot of people would call JEWs, that hot word, Jacobites, Muslims, depending on what brand of Judaizing you are following. They were coming up with a way not only to dominate their trade routes, okay? Because I hope y'all understand that the people that own the Silk Road were Saracens or Muslims, the Arabic trade, right? The Moors, they were the traders. Not only did they want to monopolize and take over their trade routes, but they also wanted to control these people and their lands where they were creating all of these different manufacturers to trade. So you come out with the popes, the rulers of Constantinople and the Roman Empire. And they come out with these papal bulls. Basically, it's the law of the land, the law of the Pope, that's supposed to govern the whole world, because, everybody is supposed to bow down to the Father. Okay. So you get this thing called Dumb Verses. This was written on June 18th, 1452. This was literally written during the time that they say that they did the conquest. Now Moors, ambush predator, that's almost as hot as the JEW word. But you can see back in this article that the term became conflated. It became a blanket term. So I know how contentious that word is and how controversial it is, and everybody has, their own opinions and, the things that they bring forward, and I absolutely respect it. But, I also have my opinion that Moors is a blanket term for people, whether you were dark skinned, whether you were a navigator, a trader or merchant, like a Muslim, a Jew, you know, it it can be a blanket term for all of these different things that these people were, and the people that were these things were from all over the world. So that's just my take on that. Okay, so Dum Diversis, written by Pope Nicholas V, issued the papal bull Dum Diversis on June 18th, 1452. It authorized Alfonso V of Portugal to reduce any Saracens and pagans and any other non-believers. Yeah, a coalition of different people. Yeah. And some of those people came from America. And some of those people that were in Europe or North Africa are descendants of people that came from America a long ass time ago. But in order to control the world, because when you are the one that's controlling commodities, like America today, when you are in control of commodities, you're in control of the world, like for real, just like we are today, or China is today. China is in control of more commodities than the United States, which is why Donald Trump, so pissed off with the way that these people have been running the country, not with a business mindset. And, he's basically trying to get in there and like turn things around and get America back into control of commodities. So they wanted to enslave these people. Now, they say that this facilitated the Portuguese slave trade from West Africa. But I do want to add that the people were already in control of West Africa, North Africa, South Africa, pretty much all around the world. And these people were merchants that they call Saracens or Moors or Muslims, whatever. Now, not only did it enslave these people from West Africa, who some were actually expelled from Europe into West Africa during this time of the Crusades, but they were enslaving people, the pagans and all other unbelievers all around the world in both Indies. Okay. So now that we understand that, let's get back to this silk thing. I need to close some of this shit out. Okay. So, silk is made from mostly, um, it's attributed to mulberry trees. When you look into it, via Google or whatever, Google is going to tell you that mulberries are native to China. And that's, how the Chinese was, in making the silk and in control of the silk trade and all that bullshit. But my babies, mulberries absolutely thrive and are native to America. Now, going on my theory now, this ain't fact. Believe what you want to. Going on my theory of the out of America theory. We took mulberries from America and took them to China, where they now have the white mulberry. Okay. The ones that we have that are native to America are called the red mulberry. All right. Now, what? Hold on. No, what happened to the other one that I had? I done got rid of one of the sources. Oops. But anyway, let's keep on. Let's keep going. And let me close out some of these darn tabs. Okay. So, Book of Mormon. Now, another real contested, hotly debated topic is, the Mormons and the Book of Mormon and all that. And while everything in that bitch ain't true, of course, some of the stuff, it has some validity to it. These were probably, if it wasn't like, I know that the Mormons are weird as hell and they got, some racial opinions that most of us wouldn't agree with. But y'all, tell me if I'm wrong. But a lot of the information that we have about America is because of the Mormons. They were some of the main people who were preserving American truth. Okay? They were some of the main people preserving these things, these artifacts. So, gotta give credit where credit is due. So, silk in the Book of Mormon. Y'all know the Book of Mormon is about America. Ooh, all right. Let's get it. Okay, so several Book of Mormon passages refer to silk. The first instances, chronologically speaking, come from the Jaredite record during the days of Emer, which is Eber, or anyway, the people became exceedingly rich, having all manner of fruit, and of grain, and of silks, and of fine linen, and of gold, and of silver, and of precious things. Who that sound like to y'all? It's kind of sounding like the American to me. Okay. The next chapter mentions silk again, reporting that the people had silks and fine twined linen, and they did work all manner of cloth. Okay. Makes sense, makes sense. So silk was also known among the Nephites. That's one of the people that they talk about. In his apocalyptic visions of the future, Nephi recognized silk among the many worldly goods coveted by the wicked among the Gentiles. I wonder who the Gentiles is in this. Who's coveting the silk? Who's taking it for themselves and trying to monopolize it, and then trying to control the trade of the people who made the damn silk in the first place and gave their ass the silk in the first. Anyway, later, silk is mentioned in the early chapters of Alma, indicating that the Nephites, like the Jaredites, had silk in the New World. New World. Alma notes that the Nephites had an abundance of silk and fine twined linen and all manner of good homely cloth, and that their fine silks and their fine twined linen led the people of the church to become proud. Whatever. Let's see. Trying to get something. Okay, silk in pre-Columbian America. After the conquest of Mexico, the Spanish introduced Eastern silk to the New World, but it is now recognized that wild silk, native to the Americas, was known and utilized in pre-Columbian times. Now, this ain't gonna tell the whole truth. It's gonna only tell half the truth, but you gotta go with it. You gotta go with it. That's all I got. So, Oh, Mormons, aka the Moors that kept the records, but now those records are in the hands of the enemy. I feel you. I feel you. Ezekiel 16 and 12, and I put a jewel on thy forehead and earrings in thy ear. Oh, you better tell it, Nate. And earrings in thy ears and a beautiful crown upon thine head. Thus wast thou decked with gold and silver, and thy raiment was of fine linen and silk. Ooh, I feel that heat. Ooh, I feel that. I feel that. I feel that. Embroidered work. Thou didst eat fine flour and honey and oil, and thou wast exceedingly beautiful, and thou didst prosper into a kingdom. Okay? Okay? Listen. Use it as an archaeological record. All right? It's a record of some real people. So, according to Patricia Anawalt, man, her name sounds real close to Anawalt. Anyway, an authority on pre-Columbian textiles, there is evidence that in certain regions of Mesoamerica, the filament of wild silk, the cocoons of caterpillars feeding on the trees of the madrono or the red oak tree, was used in small quantities for decorative purposes. This practice of making valuable fabrics from wild silk consisted or persisted in more recent times. Wild silk used to be gathered by Zapotec women and woven into fabric, which was sold with high profits. So, boom. I mean, basically, with that whole wormhole that we just went through, I was trying to show the fact that the people who they say are the Saracens or the Serica or the people of the Ceres or the people of the silk trade, which not only traded silk but all kinds of commodities, were our people here in America. And that we had the means and we also have the archaeological evidence of making silk here in America, and not just the red oak tree. I said they only gonna tell half the truth, but also using the mulberry tree. And then that part that I told y'all, the pen. Let me get that back up. This it? No. Is this it? Hold on, y'all. Nope. Not it. 1 minute, y'all. 1 minute. Damn. Hold on, y'all. I gotta find it again. Where did it go? Why did I lose it? Hold on. This one was about the Silk Road. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. So, what was that part? I think this is it right here. Okay, in the times of the Roman Empire, six textiles reached the West Overland via the Silk Road across Asia and China, passing through all of that. Da 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 da. Shortly after the smuggling of the silkworms. Right. So, no, this is not it. Damn. Hold on, y'all. I gotta find it. Because it's important. It's important. Where is it? It's one of these. All right, this one is the Byzantine silk. Let me see. Is this it? No, that's not it. That ain't it. It's got to be this one in. Hold on, let me read through it better than what I was doing. Did I click on something else or something? I'm sorry, y'all. We gonna move on though. Basically, we know that when the Byzantines or the Roman Empire, which did all of this, which did the dumb diverses, enslaved all of us and took over our trade routes, when they smuggled the silkworm from the Saracens, when they stole it from the Saracens, and they became the, oh yeah, let's not forget corn, when they became the monopoly for silk. And not only did they take silk, but they, took all of these things that we see in this book. They took it all. When they did that, they became the monopoly. They became in control. So I was I was hoping that y'all was following me there. But yeah, now that we've gone through that rabbit hole, let's continue on and let's finish this book. Cause child, we've been here for over 5 hours. Getting tired, getting tired. But as y'all can see how much I was going through, to pull all this together, it was a lot. So here we have a horse. I don't know what kind of horse this is, but some of the greatest horses you can find here in America. All right. So basically they're showing you the stirrups here. And I've showed y'all that we had all of that going on in America. The Western saddle is the saddle that we see in this photo. That's the Western saddle. They ain't showing it. Okay, right here. This is the Western saddle. Got you. Got you. So let's see. All right. The presence of pre-Columbian horses in America. Okay, this is another Mormon. Anyway. So they say that they wrote the book or whatever. Yeah, originally published Science in the Book of Mormon. Yeah, yeah. Damn, where they get into it at? They got a lot going on here. Jesus. The geologic time scale and everything. Lord, they really get into it. I'm like, I'm getting into this. But yeah, the Book of Mormon is telling y'all that over here was every kind of wild beast, both the cow and the ox. Y'all know what they say about the cow, that the Spanish brought it. They say the same thing about the horse. They say the same thing about the pig. Lord, we can't have shit. Even though this is the oldest, you can't find land older than what you find in America. But yet we can't have a cow, like some just basic, a pig. We can have a pig, man. But yeah, they had all kinds of things, the ass or the donkey and the horse and the goat and the wild goat. All of it. All of it. All of it. Okay. Anyway, yeah, they go into it a little bit more. I don't know if y'all want to read this more. I'll put it in the chat just in case y'all do, because I ain't finna get into it like that. So let's talk about, one of our American brothers, and how we dominate, absolutely to this day, dominate, what they call it, cow or horse whispering, cowboy shit. So let's talk about Bob Lemons. Of course, they demonized him by making him an African American instead of just an American. Just an American. The dynamic American cowboy. Lord have mercy. Bob Lemons. Good. If I see that word, Bob Lemons, the American cowboy from chattel slavery to horse whisperer. Let's see if he was really a slave. Robert Bob Lemons was an American cowboy whose rise from so-called chattel slavery is quite impressive. He was born in 1848 as a so-called slave in Lockport, Caldwell County, Texas. At age 17, Mr. Lemons was working alongside his white slave owner. Lord have mercy. The owner's son and other cowboys. They were tending cattle in the Carrizo Creek area of Texas. I wonder what kind of Indian he is. I wonder. Okay. It was at Carrizo Creek that an altercation between Bob's group and a group of, oh Lord, not the Native Americans took place. The Native Americans stood their ground. When the conflict ended, the slave owner's son was dead. Devastated by the loss of his son, oddly enough, the slave owner gave Bob Lemons his freedom. Y'all, this story sounds weird as hell. I don't know. I don't know. What y'all think? You know? Enoch, Snake, Ambush Runner, what you think? Cause I don't get it. But anyway, let's get into it. The history of wild Mustangs. These folks be writing these articles. 19th century North America was home to millions of wild Mustangs or feral horses. The Mustangs occupied the north and northwest parts of North America. Now, this is in the 1800s. Y'all, it's the same as the cows. They're going to say it's millions of goddamn cows in Georgia and Florida that they had to herd over from Georgia and Florida into Texas. And they trying to get us to believe that, you know, just like the millions of Africans that they brought over here, you know what I'm saying, that these millions was supposed to be made from a few horses and cows that escaped from the Spanish. Millions, you guys, all over the place. Millions. It says these muscular, stubborn, proud animals, once held captive by man, escaped their habitats and joined with other breeds of horses. Do it really happen like that? Can you really just get in on a horse tribe? You know, like, hey, some horses over there. Let me come over there and join them. You know, like, really? You right. This shit weak as hell. Can't hold water. Bob Lemons, aka the Horse Whisperer, a freedman at age 17, would play a major role in helping to settle and build human communities amidst these beasts of beauty. Horse whisperers, man to nature instincts. Ooh, not instincts. Domination and defeat of Mustang herds was standard practice for other cowboys. They would hunt the Mustangs down and use brutal tactics to subdue the lead stallion. Lemons disagreed with this method. Lemon, the horse whisperer, used a gentler approach. His ability to read a horse's tracks was beyond comprehension, just like everything else over here. His roundup strategy involved him living and breathing alongside the herd. He deliberately avoided bathing and washing his clothes. Okay. Letting the scent of outdoor fuse with his body was helpful in getting close to the horses. To prevent the stallion from detecting other nearby humans and moving its herd, at Lemon's request, anyone bringing him food has a designated drop-off spot far away from the targeted Mustangs, using keen internal instincts and a sky for not in the y'all. I ain't read this article until now. Like, I didn't know this was in it. Okay, do y'all hear this? Now this is where they getting good at. This is where they got it right. Using his internal instincts about the horse and also the sky for navigation. Bob, kneeling on the ground and smelling the air, okay, could determine a Mustang's weight, herd size, migration path, and how much time had passed between them migrating from one area to the next. His strategies won the confidence and respect of the herd. His techniques made it possible for him to take away the lead stallion's position. Then, riding at top speed on his horse, named Warrior, without error or harm to the animals, he safely delivered the herds to the destination. It was not uncommon for Lemon to arrive at the corrals riding the stallion. Look at them putting the muscle emoji in. With every wild Mustang, he led into the clutches of makeshift corrals. White and black cowboys marveled at his unmatched man to nature ingenuity. Harsh working conditions. It was a normal routine for Bob to live outdoors for weeks at a time. He slept under the watchful eye of the sky and opened his eyes to the brightness of sunlight. For this American cowboy, his unique set of skills prepared him for the day to day hardships of the profession. Bugs, bad weather, and limited food resources were challenges. Yet, this was a life he embraced and he did it well. Lemon's role as a Mustanger helped clear a vast amount of land. Ranchers gained grazing space for their cattle. The Mustang's speed and agility on rough terrain also made them ideal for herding cattle. Bob Lemon's modest fortune. As a 19th century Mustanger, Bob Lemons received pay for his work. By age 22, Mr. Robert Bob Lemons had saved approximately $1,000 gathering wild Mustangs. He put the income to perfect use. He bought a small ranch and stocked it with horses and other farm animals. And by age 40, he owned nearly 1,200 acres of land. Now that's some right there. Mr. Lemons and his wife, who were financially stable, produced 8 children and enjoyed their property and other holdings. And Mr. Robert Bob Lemons passed away on December 23rd, 1945. Oh, he passed away on the solstice. Now that's where this man was special. And he was 99 years old. Now that's I like that story. Y'all can tell me that story anytime. And this is him right here, Mr. Bob Lemons. Okay. So, yeah. And now we are going to get into the next page. Gotta go ahead and finish this out. This is a watermill. Okay. They discovered the watermill in America. Now, I can't find no ancient artifacts of a watermill. They don't want to give us the wheel, even though we find evidence of the wheel, in like Mayan artifacts, like with the little toys that they got the wheels on and everything. They still will not contribute the wheel to these folks. And I just can't find it. I ain't been able to find it yet. But Nova Reperta, new discoveries in the 1500s. There was the watermill in America. Next, the windmill. New discoveries of the windmill in America. You see all them steeples in the back there, the domes and everything. Yeah. So yes, here we have the wheel. You got a wheel. And also a windmill. Don't have any evidence of ancient artifacts of that either. But yeah, most likely these things are going to be made out of wood anyway and wouldn't have survived. So let's see what else we got. Oh, this where it get interesting. This where it get interesting. This where it get interesting. Okay. Saccharum. I'm going to translate this. Y'all already know that saccharum means sugar. Now, I don't know if that's a Latin word or if it's one of our words. Probably is. Since they seem to get every word in their language from our languages, whether it be Hebrew, Aramaic, Arabic, then Greek. Okay. Quam vides docebit te modis. I think I spelled all that right. Okay. So by the skill with which the sacks are prepared, the sugar you mean? Oh, I ain't spell it right. Damn. Okay. By the manner in which sugar is prepared, the picture which you see will suit you in many ways. Try whatever. So they was over here. Ooh, they was over here, processing the sugar cane or whatever, crushing it up, boiling it, to refining or whatever. They made molasses out of it, and then they made these sugar cones. I forgot what they call these, but that's your sugar. You know, sugar, sugar cane in the bag. You know, yeah. Okay. I was finna look into one of these right here. Okay, yeah, this one. Hey. All right. So, sugar and the rise of the plantation system. I don't know why you saying that it rose when it was always there. But anyway, we going to move on. From a humble beginning as a seed tree grown in gardens, sugarcane cultivation became an economic powerhouse. It's kind of one of those trades that these Romans took over. And the growing demand for sugar stimulated the colonization of the did it stimulate the colonization and enslavement of the people in the world where this all of this is coming from? If y'all was doing this back home, what you need to come over here for? So it brought slavery to the forefront and fostered brutal revolutions and wars. They gotta have it. They going to war over it. They out here killing them. Did I just? Child, I ain't mean to download that. Let's get a good look at this. It says a representation of sugarcane. I'm finna. Lord have mercy. A representation of the sugar cane and the art of making sugar. Okay, we seen this kind of in other pictures that we didn't see, but yeah, they doing the same thing. Sugar cane going into. Excuse me. Sugar cane going into the right there, the grinding and whatnot. Let me show y'all something, because I was rather surprised when I found this out about sugar cane. And I don't know why I can't ever damn find the thing that I was damn looking for. Here we go. Okay. So let me zoom in this page. Did y'all know that pampas grass was a sugar cane? And that sugar cane was in the same family as pampas grass? Because I damn sure didn't. Did y'all know that? Because that's what I was yesterday years old when I found that out. It's the same stuff as pampas grass, and that's, I don't know if y'all got any old heads in y'all family that ever talked about working with sugar cane, but when the old heads talk about sugar cane and picking it. They said that cane used to cut you up. Y'all, I don't know if I got two pampas grasses in my backyard. Get near them things if you want to without no long sleeve shirt on and no jeans on. And then the leaves gonna catch your shirt too. Don't think them leaves will cut your ass up good. Okay. This is the very same thing. Got the pampas frills on there. I got a kind out here with the pink, and then one of them got the white top. But I did not know, y'all, that sugar cane and pampas grass in the same family. And y'all, listen, they say that sugar, and I just thought about this. They say that sugar cane is not native to America, right? But how about pampas grass is? Listen, do not play with me. Do not play with me. Pampas grass, which is in the same family, is native to South America and probably other parts of the Americas. Y'all, they be You can't do it around me. You cannot do it around me. I don't go for it. I do not go. Not Sinence and Barbary, the same child. I swear for God. I swear for God. Man, these folk think that they can get over on us, man, but they can't. They can't. They cannot. Not as long as people like me and all the other folks that be doing this. As long as we around, they ain't getting over on shit. But yeah, the same, the cousin, or I would say the sister of sugarcane, pampas grass. Y'all see this? Is native to America. Now, see, they don't mind saying that pampas grass is native here because it doesn't have the same special history of sugarcane. It's not, pampas grass isn't responsible for these people getting all they riches and they money. Pampas grass is not the one that the Americans were, I hate to say it, but enslaved in order to produce. Pampas grass don't have the same history as sugarcane, so they can't give us sugarcane. The pampas grass, who cares about pampas grass? It don't really have a history, but that sugarcane do. So they got to say that it's from somewhere else. That sugarcane is the one that you use to make rum. Okay? Saccharum. That sugarcane is where you get sugar from. They can't give us that history, y'all. So this is why they lied about it. Damn demons. Anyway, we back to the picture where they taking the sugar cane, which is a sister or a close cousin, first cousin of pampas grass, native to America, and they crushing it up back here. And then they taking look at the ingenuity, child, all the technology that they got going on. And then they doing it outside so they can get some good sun and also a good breeze. But they taking that juice and they boiling it and they gonna make them sugar cones that you see in this picture here. All right. I think that's all that I really got for that, because they gonna go into West Africa and all that bullshit. All right, next, because we got to get finished with it. Y'all, don't tell me that we was over here doing oil paintings. Listen, this one is talking about oil paint. Okay, now they saying that this man called Ekius is The one, this one right here. They say that he, ooh, reject all. They say that he is the one who is credited with originating a style of painting characterized by minutely realistic depictions of surface effects and natural light. This was made possible by use of oil medium, which allowed the building up of paint in translucent layers or glazes. Okay. Now, they say that little is known of his origins, but from 1425, he was the painter for the Duke of Burgundy. They was sent to Portugal to paint Philip the Good's future wife, Isabel of Portugal. And these the same people that took over. Yeah, yeah, them. I'm the same. King Philip, Queen Isabella. So, yeah, this is supposed to be him with his head wrapped like he a Caribbean woman. Ain't that the head wrap that they wear? The Mayans wear, the Caribs. I thought that was funny, you know what I'm saying? Because I never really seen, them wearing wraps on their head like this. Where did he get this from, you guys? Anybody know? But yeah, so he basically, I guess learned how to paint with um oil paint, after their new discovery. All right, another thing, another new discovery. Eyeglasses. Eyeglasses, y'all. It said these are called conspicuous or something like that. Spectacles, speculas, whatever. But yeah, they say that they take away any level of darkness. So these niggas can see now. These niggas in Europe can see now because they didn't discover eyeglasses. Good for them. Okay, good for them. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. It's gonna be another little deep dive here. So as you see on the screen here, in his sign, not in his sign. Oh yeah, we got a big ass ship, but not big enough for 12 million slaves though. But yeah, they are using the compass here. Um, and also they're using what y'all think this is. It's not the moon. It's a star. The North Star. So, let's see. What does this translate to? Hold on, y'all. Let me get it back together. Ooh, we almost done, y'all. Thank y'all for holding in there with me. I hope y'all got as much out of this as I wanted you to, or even more. Okay. Orbis longitudinus. Lord have mercy, these folks long-winded as a motherfucker. Longitudinous. Did I spell that right? Longitudinous. Okay. Repair te. Hold on. Repair te. Did I get it right? Oh shit. Hold on. I gotta get the little AE thing. Where it go? Repair te. A magnetis. A polo declinatione. The longitudes of the circle are found from the magnet's deviation from the pole. Look at y'all discovering how to use the celestials and how to use a compass to navigate the sea. Look at y'all. Look at you. Let's see what they say down here. Magnete paulum utrin utrin utrinque. What? Utrinque? Sape. Hold on, y'all. Sape. De Uya. Child. Magnet a little on both sides often, child. Let's keep going. That inu, or is that in, yeah, that's a V. In venere, yeah, in venere, portum ubique, ubique. Plancius. Who is Plancius? All right. Plancius with a magnet a little on either side often gives two ways to find a port everywhere. Oh, for real. Well, what's Plancius if he can give y'all two ways to get anywhere? This motherfucker is important. So who is this? Who is this? Plancius. Oh, Plancius. They named cruise ships after him. Listen, okay, Peter Plancius. Peter Plancius. Petrus Plancius was supposed to be a Dutch Flemish astronomer, cartographer. Oh, let's get his date of birth. Okay. 1552 to 1622. This man, Plancius, was an astronomer, cartographer, and clergy. Born in Dranalter near, child, I'm not finna read all that. West Flanders. He studied theology in Germany and England at the age of 24. He became a minister in the Dutch Reformed Church. And this is after, the Dutch. Yeah. Yep. All right. So yeah, let's see. He's fled from Brussels to Amsterdam to avoid religious persecution. So I'm telling me that he's not the color that we seeing right here in this photo. To avoid religious persecution by the Inquisition after the city fell into the Spaniards' hands in 1585. In Amsterdam, he became interested in navigation. Okay. So this is after 1585 that this man started studying this. After what? Nova Reperta. Okay. So after the city fell into Spanish hands in 1585, in Amsterdam, he became interested in navigation and cartography and having access to nautical charts recently brought from Portugal. Where did Portugal get it from? Anyway, he was soon recognized as an expert on safe maritime routes to India and the nearby Spice Islands. This enabled colonies and port trade in both, including what would become the Dutch East Indies, named after the Dutch East India Company set up in 1602. He saw strong potential in the little mapped Arctic Sea and strongly believed in the idea of a northeast passage until the failure, they was going to circumnavigate the Arctic to get to the East Indies. But the failure of William Barent's third voyage in 1597 seemed to preclude its viability. So yeah, ain't that something? That's really interesting. Let's see. Nova et exacta terranum orbis tabula geographica hydrographica. I think they're saying a new way to get around the world. But yeah, so basically, based on Our translation here, we see that Plancius, is one of the people that they have on their side, that took our knowledge about circumnavigation, and magnetism and using a compass and also using the stars like the North Star so that they could, circumnavigate the globe themselves. Yeah. So let's move on. Let's move on. Let me see. Do I want to get into this about the Olmecs? I don't know. Y'all already know that the Olmec had the compass before anybody else did. Like, we ain't gotta go into that no more. Let's keep going. Politera armorum. So they discovered not only armor, but also a way of keeping it new and polished. Okay, so here they are polishing their armor, whatever. Now, remember where we were talking about the armor that the Indians had over here. And it's a picture that I wish that I thought that I did save it, but apparently I did not. But y'all probably have seen it because y'all been in this longer than I have. So y'all probably have seen the pictures of the American Indian looking like they really are, not the high yellow, the light ones, but the American Indian in a full garment of armor. Y'all probably know exactly what I'm talking about. So I ain't even got to show y'all, I don't think. But anyway, so let's move on since we already really went through that. For the sake of time, we've been in here for over 6 hours. I really appreciate y'all for rocking with me. I think y'all, getting value out of this because you're still here. But yeah, so yeah, we got Indians in armor. They knew how to use metal and metallurgy and smelting to make all kinds of things, including armor. All right. So the last page here, I believe. I think it's the last thing. And this one gets real interesting. And it's so much to fucking translate. I wish I would have just saved the damn picture. Oh, but this is a very, very important page. Almost as important as the one. Hold up. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one. This is almost as important as the first page. Astrolabium. So basically, they're talking about how this man, I think this is Dante, um, discovered a way of using the North Star, to basically they discovered astronomy. Okay. They discovered astronomy. You see these folks over here sleep. He up while they sleep. It's just showing that it's nighttime. And yeah. Um oh, that's supposed to be Amerigo Vespucci. Child, let me see what this translates to. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Let me see. It ain't gonna take too long. Okay. It is big. I ain't finna translate all of these. Good God. But I am gonna do the bottom. America's Vespucci. We already know what they say. Come quatuor stellis crucem silente nocte reperit. With the four stars, he found the cross in the silence of the night. Not a cross up in the sky. Now, this is gonna be a little deep dive. Let's get it. Incan astronomical observatories. The Incas The Incas built some of the most important astronomical observatories in the world, typically located in temples across their vast empire. They left legacies such as the Machu Picchu and Huayna Picchu Mountains, the Itihuatana at Machu Picchu, the Itihuatana at Pisac, and the recently discovered astronomical observatories at Tambo Pampa and the present day department of Huánuco. Thanks to their privileged location, always atop mountains, the Incans enjoyed an outstanding and expansive view of the sky and everything in it. Best of all, they were also closer to their main gods, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the mountains. Let's see if we can get a little visual of some of these places. Cause I want to see. Don't just tell me, show me. Show me. Hold on. Oh my god. Y'all, why they ain't got the darn picture of the thing? They get on my nerve. Okay, whatever. We get it. The Incans was just one. Oh, there we go, Lord. My bad, y'all. They was just one of the cultures in America that had these ancient observatories, and these are still standing. And my theory is that it's because they're not the oldest. Do you understand? They're still standing because they are not the oldest. They're the oldest that we can go and see right now. But no, the ones that are buried under layers and layers of rock and dirt, them the oldest. But let's see what else we got over here. All right, El Caracal. We done got to the Incas. Now let's go to the mines. See what the mines talking about. Hold on. Now why they ain't I don't want the magnifier. I want it to what I can't zoom the damn page. Okay, y'all, whatever. El Caracal, as you see it right here, is sometimes referred to as the observatory. To modern eyes, the rounded dome of El Caracal actually the decayed remains of what was the cylindrical structure looks a lot like it could house a telescope. It doesn't, of course, but there's plenty of evidence suggesting that El Caracal was used as a lookout to the heavens. Okay. In the Yucatan, dense with trees and what scrub brush and flat as a tortilla. No, nah, not flat as a tortilla. Y'all too much. Sky watching of any kind is impossible without some way to rise above the leafy canopy. Okay. The tower atop El Caracal sits high on a four-cornered but not quite square platform and gives excellent unobstructed views of the skies and surrounding landscapes. Okay. All right. So we see Caracal. Look at Kukulkan, the light skinned version. Let's see. What else we got right here? What else we got? Okay. Okay. Let's take it a little bit more contemporary. Y'all see this here? Do y'all see these? Let me see if I can get a better. See if I can zoom this. Oh my gosh. These folk be holding on. How you gonna have copyright over something you ain't made? Anyway. So this is the Skitty Pawnee Buckskin chart of the heavens. The size of a star on the skin depends not only on its brightness in the sky, but also on its assumed power. That's what they're saying. So this is a celestial star map, y'all. From when I think this is supposed to be from I forgot. Is it 8,300 or 300 years ago? Anyway, let's move on. So, um, this is from Inuits, but it's modern. Huh? What? Hold on. Let me see. A shaman's drum of the Ket people in Siberia. Child. Okay, I guess that's it. What about this? Okay, the Nebra disc. Yeah. Where was this found? Damn, don't have to look at the full damn text. But yeah, y'all see it. This is copper, probably gold. It's probably gold right here. The Nebra disc. I think they said that this is 3,600 years old. Yeah. All right. What else do we have here? Because I was going somewhere with this. Apparently, I was going somewhere because I got a lot going on here. All right, Polaris. Now this is gonna get into kind of my response to a person that had some ideas in one of my TikTok videos. Let me find it. Oh Lord, I hope I hold on. I gotta log in from a different area. Hold on. Mhm. But everybody wanna ask me why. What good do your words do if they can't understand you? Don't go talking that shit, Badu, Badu. Hold on, why did y'all did not letting me pull up TikTok for some reason? This is weird. What is going on? Okay, finally got. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to find the video because this is this is kind of where this shit started from. A whole nother rabbit hole. All right, here we go. And that video went viral. Matter of fact, let me just show y'all the video then. Why not? Follow me on TikTok if you're on TikTok. Empress Kalisha 694. All right, let's watch this. Hold on. First of all, can y'all hear the audio? Because I don't know if I'm sharing my audio. Can y'all hear it? Mm-mm. Oh shit, y'all can't even hear the video. Damn. So y'all ain't been hearing none of that. Wow, I don't know why. Hold on. Oh, it's because I have to share that tab. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get it right. I'm gonna get it right. Okay, let's start this all the way over. Did anybody watch the last Transformers, The Rise of the Beast? Because yeah, uh, they know everything that we know. And now we know that they know what we know. So I'm gonna play this clip, and y'all gonna see what it is that they know that we know, and we now know that they know that we know.
Officers, I figured it out. So, I can convince you that is real. Now, where did you come from? I'm off to my fundraiser. What do you think? It's nice. um, can I have something to buy? So I've been doing some research, and I don't think that the statuette is Horus. As a matter of fact, I'm sure it's not. The boys dated it around 5000 BC, right? Mm-hmm. But the Nubians, they never even had contact with the Egyptians until 600 years after that. The symbol's not hieroglyphic. I don't even think it's from that part of the world. I think it might be Aztec or Inca. It's not some Egyptian god. It's something else.
Y'all, I, I, I mean, I tell you, these people, I got content for days. Like, I can't even keep up. I can't even keep up with all of the freaking, yeah. So, now y'all know that they know that we know what they know we know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So y'all, that was a video that I did after watching the Transformer Rise of the Beast, and I seen all that, and knowing what I know, y'all, ain't no way I can have this channel called Hidden in the Real and my TikTok and not show y'all that shit and make that connection. So there was this commenter, right? Let me see if I can bring up his comments. Bring up some of his comments. But he's Pan African, and he was trying to tell me how Egypt is the oldest civilization. Well, actually, how Taseti is the oldest civilization. Damn, what? Oh Lord, yeah. I'm so slow. So hold on, y'all. So he was trying to say, that the Taseti civilization is the oldest civilization, and that they brought civilization to Egypt. Come on now. You're way down here too. Hold on, y'all. I ain't finna get into it because too much. So this is my response to that. All right. So let's see how we gonna do this. How we gonna do this? Because this is another deep dive. Okay. All right. The we see that ancient star mapping, wasn't that the other one that we seen 3600 years old. older than Egypt. Um, well, no, take that back. But this is where I went with it. Okay, we know that the people over here in ancient America were star mappers, and they use those stars to navigate. They, venerated the stars and everything, and created all kinds of gods and everything. Okay. Yes, yes, this is definitely bigger than what we know right now. I appreciate that, Nate, for real, for real. So now that we know that, these people were ancient and the oldest, our group understands that they were the oldest star mappers and navigators of the seas and the constellations. Basically, I was looking into, Cassette. I hope that I'm doing this in the right way. Cause sometimes I'm not sure exactly how to parse this out. Okay. But I'm gonna go for it regardless. Let's go. Let's do it. So we just saw how, they were showing that Amerigo Vespucci was using the cross in the sky. I don't know if they're talking about the actual crosses that are in the sky, or if they're talking about the North Star, especially since they're talking about using it to navigate. What do the translations say? And I'll just say that he found the cross in the sky, and I'm not sure if they're talking about him navigating or anything, because I forgot what the hell this was saying. But maybe I should go ahead and translate that. Let me do it with Google Lens to make shit quicker. It might not be as accurate, but it shit ain't accurate anyway with Google Translate. So let's see what it's saying over here. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Do y'all got it together? Can you see? Apparently they can't see. Uh oh, Northwestern Vedro Chai. I gaze towards the ether, pole north. Noted there the four stars. This from the former rays seen by one. There is a twinkling flame that shines brightly. You will be seen in my plaza around the world. No one can see when there are so many lights. Uh from this, I think I remember now that I'm looking at this, that he was talking about how the star was used by what they're calling the former race or something. And that they were going to make the knowledge of this star known around the world. Okay. And since he's talking about the North Pole, I know that he's talking about the North Star now. So let's keep going. Let's get into the breakdown. So the North sky, in relation to, my response to this Pan African who wants us to believe that Taseti was the world's oldest civilization. Okay. And he's going, based off of out of Africa theory and, just ignorance about America. So when I, seen this, um, yes, that's what started it. This word here, septentrional. Septentrional is an Italian word that translates to northern in English. This is very important. If you look at the prefix or the root word setin, like if you just say it, you probably already know where I'm going with this. But anyway, the guy was saying to Seti, come on, somebody, it's the oldest civilization in the world. Okay. Satan, or Satan. Yes, Satan. Set. Y'all know Set, the Egyptian god that was he, oft Osiris. He was the one that they say murked him, got rid of him. And Isis was crying and how she had to gather Osiris up again because Set had scattered him all over the world. Well, Set is a sun god. Yes, Setish or Satish means docile. Even though Set, you can't be docile if you're doing all this. But anyway, Set. Let me stay on track because it can get all over the place. So when I'm thinking of what I know about the Pleiades and the different star systems, and that Set also translates to what? Set. Setin. Can y'all see this? I keep on doing the damn magnifier. Set. Middle English setin, Old English setin. Um, Set, to put, lay, or set down. Um, to start. Um, I'm trying to find the ones that are relevant to what I'm talking about. To defeat. Um, to become fixed or rigid. Let's see what else. Let's see what else. Let's see what else. This is really what I was looking for, though. Um, Hold on. So, from the Catalan, or the Occitan people, the Western people, set means seven, right? Right? Set means seven. And I'm thinking, oh shit, is this talking about the seven sisters of the Pleiades? That's what I was thinking about at first, you know, when I was going on this. But when I looked at it, the Pleiades is not fixed. The Pleiades is also not Polaris. The Pleiades does not include Polaris. But what does include Polaris is Ursa Minor. So, when you look at Ursa, Ursa Minor, or Ursa Major, forget which one it is, that has the Big Dipper. Yeah, Ursa Major is the whole bear, and the Big Dipper is the back and tail of the bear. But as you can count here, how many stars do y'all count? The major stars of the Big Dipper. It's seven. Okay. Y'all follow me. Stay with me. Okay. So Polaris, which he was just talking about, Americo Vespucci, had discovered after having contact with the Westerners. Polaris, which is the major star of Ursa Major, is A set Ursa Major is a set of 7 stars, and you can find them by looking for the Big Dipper, the 7 stars. Now, set, as we saw in the etymology, not only means seven for those 7 stars of the Big Dipper, but it also means to be fixed. Where is it? Oh, right here. It means to be fixed. The North Star, or Polaris, has been used since time immemorial to circumnavigate not only the oceans, but also land. Okay. People have used it to, they said they use it now from their boy, the one that helped them use the compass and use the North Star to find 2 ways to India. But I'm trying to find it. Good God. This is also because I'm connecting it to us. Damn, where is it? They fucking up my flow, yeah. But we also used the what they call the drinking gourd. Y'all know that story. Follow the drinking gourd. It comes from the slave story. But it was used before so-called slavery. They followed the drinking gourd for who knows how many eons, because this is a fixed star that is always in the same spot in the sky, so you can actually use it to know where you are going. Okay? Now, this star, even though it can be, you know, used by people in different parts of the world, the thing is, it is fixed over the Americas. Ta means land. Seti, 7. Set, the land where the sun sets or goes down. The land where the sun is defeated by Set, the west. To the Egyptians, what would that be? That would be America, the land across the waters, the land across the waters that not only do they call Tamari, but also Tasseti, the world's oldest civilization. Now let's read why I say all this, and I'm gonna back it up. Okay, let's see. While listening to lectures or reading books from master scholars on ancient Kemet, I remember I was showing y'all that Peruvian civilization called Kemu or Kemi. One thing was consistently mentioned: Egypt was the oldest civilization on the planet. This had been the theme for some time. Another area in the Nile Valley began appearing in literature, but not a lot of attention was paid because of the focus on Kemet. Don't we know a lot about that? How one civilization that could literally be the mother of the civilization is just hidden in obscurity, while the civilization that got everything it has from this obscure civilization is getting all of the attention and credit. We may now have to readjust our thinking. Kemet was the most advanced ancient civilization. That's what they say. but not the oldest, though it remains part of the discussion. So in 1962, a research team headed by Keith C. Seal um, discovered a pharaonic dynasty in Nubia that predated the first pharaonic period in Kemet. This was an area that extends from northern Sudan to southern Kemet. In some literature, it was referred to as ancient Ethiopia or, as in the Bible, Cush. Today, it is called Tasseti. Now, there's something, and I think we know the truth now for this because bruh brought this out, and this is how I know now. Now, Kush is not only the name of this Incan city near Kimu or Kimi, but y'all see Cusco or Cusco, but it is also the name of a old school dish that we call Kush Kush. Now this is how they make Kush Kush right here. But this is how we like to make Kush Kush. Okay, them too many bell peppers and onions, but you get my point. And they probably got some damn bread in there somewhere. It should only be cornbread. But anyway, y'all get my point. Yes, the North Star, Polaris. This is how, I got to the whole Tassetti thing. So, Kush Kush. Kush is literally corn, my people. Corn. The land of the corn. What did Tassetti shit at? Hold on, I must tweet off of that. Get on it. So, the land of the corn. They say that the first kings of Tassetti may well have ruled about 5900 BC. Okay. Now, Tassetti. Let's get into it. All right, what's next? What's next? Because I'm going somewhere, y'all. If y'all follow me. If you follow me. We gonna get somewhere if you follow me. We gonna get somewhere. Okay, so I just showed y'all how Tassetti is the land of the seven stars of Ursa Major or Ursa Minor, the Big Dipper. It literally sits over America. Okay. So in this land of Tassetti, you have this place that they call Cusco. And it's holding to the Egyptians at the time now, who are only about 5,000 years old. To them, the oldest civilization is from the West in a place that they call Cusco. Okay. In this place, today, we have found record existence of mummies way older than they want to say um Egypt is. Okay. Way older. These mummies in Peru are thought to be among listen, what older mummies have they found? Because they always saying that the oldest ones is in Egypt. What older mummies have they found? Now, there are ancient remains that are older, but they're not mummified. But these mummies at Tres Ventanas in Peru are the oldest mummies that we found. Okay, not necessarily in existence, because I know that we was doing this for more than 10,000 years, but they are dated between 8 and 10,000 years old. That's over 3,000, at least 3,000 years older than Egypt. And the place of Tasseti, the place or the people of Tasseti, where Egypt got their culture from, when they went over there and they, are dating it to what, 5900 BC here. When they went over there, how old were these mummies in Peru? Near the place called Cusco, which is literally called the navel of the universe. These mummies were at least 2,000 years old, at least, when the people of Tasseti went to, the people that have the knowledge of following the North Star to get anywhere in the world, had mummies over here at least, shit, 2,000 years older than they were at the time. Okay. So let's keep going. Well, before we do, let me wrap it up. We done basically found using etymology, using this book Nova Reperta, using other knowledge that we can get from other places, these mummies, information that they have about ancient Egypt. We've basically shown you, or at least theorized, that the people of Tasseti were one from America, and that they were the oldest civilization in the world. You know, the the title to the article is right, but their idea that these people originated in North Africa is wrong. That's where they went wrong, because of course the out of Africa theory. But hopefully I've shown to you at least the theory that these people were from America, or the land of Set, Tasseti, the land where the sun sets. Okay. And that they brought their culture and all of their knowledge to Egypt. So let's get into the next part, and we're going to be almost done. We're going on 7 hours. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me for so long. But this was a real ass rabbit hole that I went down for real. Damn. Talking about 4 days. 4 days of research. Clean all this up. Okay. So of course this is in French. But what it says, let me see if I can just go ahead and bite the bullet. Go ahead and translate. Hold on. Translate this for y'all. We only need this part. It says the origin of chemistry. Hermes, or Mercury, nicknamed the thrice great, or Trismegistus, is considered the inventor of the arts, and we know what the word inventor means now, but that really don't apply here, because don't nobody else know what it means, so we misapply it. Anyway, so they're saying that he is considered the inventor of the arts in Egypt, and particularly the inventor of chemistry. We attribute this to one. It has been noticed that the figures of the Israelite painted more than 3,000 years ago on ancient sarcophagi and on other Egyptian monuments have the same physiognomic features as the Jews of our day. Now, this, I don't know why they, I don't know why they capping, but they capping. Uh, when they were written, 1866. By that time, no. Anyway, let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. All right. So, basically I just needed to show y'all that anyway. Um, yeah, that they give it to Hermes Trismegistus. And I think y'all probably remember I mentioned him earlier. So, let's see. Hermes Trismegistus. They don't mention it here, but his other name is Thoth. Y'all see how I'm playing with Google, right? Let's get into it. So, Hermes Trismegistus is also known as Thoth. They say that he's not from America, but he should at least be from the land of Tasseti, right? They don't really say where he's from. But anyway, Thoth, the Egyptian god, and the character from Thoth the Atlantean appears in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean, which they say is a pseudo historical book. But they won't say that out of Africa shit pseudo though. But anyway, Thoth, as you can see here, is represented by a green bird, particularly the green ibis. It's another um, picture that I wanted to pull up because it's relevant. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on. But y'all see Thoth or Mercury or Hermes Trismegistus, Thoth the trickster, Thoth the bringer of knowledge. Oh Lord, 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 Lord! I'm trying to find the darn picture. Anyway, I'm gonna just go to the images. Let's see. Is this it? Now that's crazy how I seen it the other night, but not tonight. That crazy. Don't you hate how when you need to actually see some, when you need to find some, it just escapes you? Well, that's what I'm going through right now. Good God. I was trying to show y'all, maybe I should search for it. Thoth and Sebek. I think that's how you spell it. I ain't sure. Thoth and Sebek. Not shot. How they spell the one with the darn alligator? Lord have mercy. Let me see. This might be it. You know what? I'm tripping. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. I was trying to show this for a reason. Y'all see it now. Thank goodness. Okay. So, Thoth, the uh the one who brought knowledge and wisdom to Egypt, okay, is represented by a green ibis, and always following him is Sebek, the alligator god. Y'all, they should, I mean, they never should have gave us the internet. They never should have gave us books. They never cause like as long as we got that, y'all lives ain't got nowhere to hide, man. It lies ain't got nowhere to hide. Y'all, the greenie beast is native to America. Y'all fuck with the wrong one. Y'all should have never gave these niggas the internet. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not the man represented by a green beast that's native to Central America. Not him. Didn't I tell y'all that Kush, what they say is the nickname of Tassetti, is also Kushko in goddamn Peru, South America. Did I not say that? Did I not say that? I said that. Oh, child. So that leads us into Kimmer, the real Kemet. Oh, child, Moj. I'm gonna cuss. I'm gonna cuss. This leads us to the real Kemet. That did not zoom that picture at all, y'all. Do better. So this is an aerial view of Peru's Moshe Valley. It shows the town of, or the city, shit, of Cancan, which is a massive city constructed beginning in the early 11th century AD, which is what they want to say. I'm sorry, but this looks way older than that because it's totally raised. Totally raised. But anyway, they say it was constructed by the rulers of the kingdom of Kimmer. I mean, this heavy work. I ain't even finna lie and say that this was light work. It wasn't. It's heavy work. We already knew, we already had our theories and everything, but my purpose was to strengthen those theories. Yep. The kingdom of Kimmer. What does Kimmer mean? My babies. What does Kimmer? The meaning of Kimmer. I don't know if they're going to tell me. Probably not. But let's see. It's a Turkish word that means belt. This ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't it. Let me see. Let me see what we get from the etymology. No, we don't really get nothing but, the fact that this is a Turkish word, but it's literally the base of Kemet, or Kimmer, or chemistry. Okay. Yeah. So, this place is in Peru, the same place where they found those mummies that are older than the ones in Egypt, the same place that is in the land of Set, the same place where you get the green ibis. Okay. Same place where you got alligators and crocodiles. All right. Yeah, so I think we know where Thoth really comes from at this point. Is that not right? And yes, Kimmer is also dark soil, but it also is chemistry. And I think that, dark soil is more than just dark soil. The fact that how the dark soil is made, Ambush Predator. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick for y'all. How let me see. Terra Preta is made with the milk bar. Boom. All right. Terra Preta, or Kemet, the dark soil, the fertile soil of the fertile land that they call America. It's traditionally made by incorporating charcoal, and we have the world's oldest charcoal in America. Why? Because it's the oldest land. From burned vegetation, along with household waste like food scraps, animal bones, pottery shards, into the soil, often within the context of a milpa system where crops like corn, beans, and squash are intercropped, essentially enriching the soil over time through the continuous addition of organic matter and charcoal from the slash and burn aspect of the milpa cycle, my babies. This practice is believed to have been used by indigenous people of the Amazon rainforest, creating highly fertile terra preta soil where previously poor soil existed. Did they just say that we built the Amazon rainforest? Earth speaks. He might be a little crazy, but a nigga be, listen, he be putting that shit out there. He be putting that shit out there. And ambush predator, is what they doing, is that not alchemy? What say y'all? Is that not alchemy? Oh, Nate, I'm sorry. I ain't mean to scroll too fast. I'm on a roll, man. I'm on a roll. So you make Kemet, okay, over here in the land of Kemet, all right, using chemistry. Somebody listen. Y'all about to, ooh, hey, turn up. Y'all, I'm turned right now. Okay? This knowledge, this gives me life. Okay? This is giving me life. This is turning me up right now. Because we literally sitting here right now debunking all these lies, y'all. It put a fire in me, okay? It put a fire in me. I feel the spirit right now. This is what I do this for. This is what we living for. Debunking all these lies that they didn't put on our people and on the land. It's gotta go. I can't sit by. I can't go throughout my life without doing this. I can't. It's literally impossible for me to wake up every day and not do this. This has so much purpose. So much purpose. We literally just broke all those chains, all them devil ass lies that they put on us and on our people. And I know y'all got to feel me. I know y'all got to feel me because you can't you can't look at this and not feel it. So I'm finna conclude, y'all, because we've been in here over 7 hours. Finna conclude though. So to conclude, Europe did not have distilled liquor or any other culture or technology really until the arrival of the Saracens or the Seres, which, in my opinion, are the people who are coming from India Superior or America. Okay. The Greeks is always the ones that they saying, oh, the Greek name for this, the Greek name for that. These are the same people that discovered everything that we do. And there was one more page to this actually. Them making sculptures. Look, they discovered how to make a sculpture when we got sculptures, I mean, tens of thousands of years old. These folks is telling y'all that they some babies. They brand new to this. They're telling you. And that's the end of it, y'all. But these people did not get the knowledge that they have today until they had contact with us, whether we went there or whether they came here. Okay. And yeah, what is this? All right, here we go. Distilled alcohol in Europe became increasingly common from the 12th century onwards, essentially or initially primarily used for medicinal purposes, but by the late Middle Ages, its production and consumption grew significantly, especially in regions like France, where they made brandy, and the British Isles, where they made whiskey, with production becoming more widespread as distillation techniques improved and trade routes expanded. Not trade routes. However, even within this growth, it was still considered a luxury item in many areas until the early modern period. Why was that, Sway? Why was it considered a luxury item? Now they said that they made this in the British Isles and in France. I'm not gonna go into it. I'll save that, deep dive for a later date, but I'll just tell y'all briefly, and you can go and do the research yourself. But the British Isles is the same place where you have the Ebernians, the Hyperboreans, or the people of Eber, the people from the other side of. I ain't gonna show it. It's too much. But the people that came from America into the British Isles, what they call the UK, Ireland, Scotland, Greenland, all of that. Those people came from over to America. They were considered monks. They had the ancient practices of what they called the Eber people. They say, they use the word Hebrew today. But one of those practices is distillation. Y'all have already seen that, we had an ancient practice of distillation in America for who knows how long, but it's damn show longer than some darn colonists. Okay. So these people, the monks, which is why if you were to continue to read down here, you'll see that why they're saying it's considered a luxury item is because this was confined to those monks and their abbeys and monasteries that were in the British Isles. These people were so-called black people. Okay. I'll go into Ireland and Bermuda. You know what? I never really looked into Bermuda like that. And what the whole triangle thing mean. If you have, that would be interesting. Scotland, Barbados, yeah. These same people, the story is that they were expelled from the British Isles into places like America, North America, the West Indies, etc., West Africa. Um, have you looked into Kemet sitting over Orion's belt? You know what? I really didn't go into Orion. Oh, the belt. T Ho. T Ho. T Ho in the building. Okay, the belt. Now that's something right there. That's something. We probably gonna have to do a part 2 on this because I can't keep y'all too long. We going on almost 8 hours. But yeah, so also concerning France. Reason they have brandy there. Did y'all know that France used to be called Gaul? Anyway, the Gaelic people are the same people who's in the British Isles. Okay? The Gaul people, or Wale, or Gaelic. Not them light skinned folks, not the palm colored people. I'm talking about dark skinned people that they would call brunette or swarthy or ruddy, reddish brown people, or light, just straight up Moor, dark swarthy. Okay. Yeah, the Visigoths. Yeah. Or I like how you said it, Visigal. Absolutely, absolutely. But anyway, these people were the only people that were really distilling um alcohol in Europe at this time. These are the same people that brought civilization to Europe. The ones that helped them get out of the plague. But yeah, they were kind of untouchable a little bit until they. I think it's because they. I don't know. I really don't know why this happened. Honestly, That's something that is hard to really explain or come to an understanding of why this happened other than jealousy, you know? But let's see. Put this in here for a reason. So, this is saying that the invasion of Spain by the Saracens and Moors conveyed the knowledge of the arts and sciences cultivated by the Mohammedans into Europe, then comparatively sunk in darkness, what they call the Dark Ages. So, y'all couldn't have had this, this information in what y'all want to call them. See, they got the Middle Ages so wide and they bring it to the 1500s or the 15th century so that they can attribute things that they had just found in the 15th century to the 5th century. Is manipulation. It is uh uh academic manipulation. Like I just made it up, but that's what's happening here. They're manipulating your mind to think that these things that they had just found were always there, until the time of the 400s. But no, it wasn't. Okay, so yeah, I ain't even gonna read that. So Europeans did not use distilled alcohol in abundance until much later, after colonization. So this book called Alcohol, A History by Rod Phillips tells you that he says, because I ain't. Anyway, this chapter discusses the arrival of distilled spirits into mainstream drinking cultures. By the end of the 1500s, distilled spirits entered the mainstream of European and American drinking cultures and the bloodstreams of their populations. The first type of spirit to be produced was brandy, which is distilled from wine. Before long, other beverages, notably whiskey, gin, and vodka. What about rum? Were distilled from, oh, because y'all talking about ones distilled from cereals. Okay. In the 17th century, the distillation of rum from molasses, a byproduct of sugar production, began. The appearance of these new alcoholic beverages, which were much higher in alcohol by volume than beer and wine and lacked their cultural traditions, had short and long term implications for patterns on alcohol consumption and regulation. Matter of fact, King James wasn't having like, you motherfuckers is smoking too much tobacco and drinking too much liquor. So he literally put a prohibition on liquor drinking and tobacco smoking. Cause y'all wasn't doing that until y'all had heavy contact with us and made these new discoveries. So, what else? I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I am almost there. I want to talk about how the Spanish also didn't really do rum like that. Hold up, man. Oh yeah, they're talking about Papua New Guinea. Yeah, they say that they contributed sugarcane to Papua New Guinea, and I don't contest the fact that sugarcane was there for a long ass time. Yes, even back to 6,000 BC, but baby, we didn't already broke it down that sugarcane, which is the sister of pampas grass, is native to the Americas. And we also have our theories that we brought, you know, many of these plants along with us when we circumnavigated the globe, which included going to the southeast islands, or southwest islands, such as Papua New Guinea. Okay, so rum and sugarcane have played a big part of Spain's and, in particular, Montreal's history, with a tall grass of the crops dominating the landscape and towering chimneys and column stills still littering the skyline. Spain arguably plays a crucial role in the story of rum, with claims that this distillation of sugarcane juice occurred some 600 years ago, predating distillation in the Caribbean, though the first official record of serious rum production dates to 1828. Before Before the 15th century, sugarcane had been used to chew or pressed for the sweet juices, but having won back Granada, the Spanish began to crudely distill a sweet spirit made from this juice. This beverage was known as aguardiente de caña, which they still make in Cuba up until 1840, when the term rum began to be used, derived from the English word rum, which derives from the French word rhum, which derives from probably an indigenous word, saccharum. Okay. Yeah. So again, the English only really drunk beer and ale. And you'll see it right here. This is so blurry. Oh my god. Why is it so blurry? Dang. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm gonna read it to y'all. Jesus Christ. So it says, it doth well purge and make the same. I cannot see that. Anyway, Edmund Gardner, the author of The Trial of Tobacco in 1610, complains that the patrimony of many noble young gentlemen have been quite exhausted and have vanished clean away with this smoky vapor, and have most shamefully and beastly flying out at the master's nose. And that othersome there be that spend whole days, months, times, and years for the most part in tobacco taking, not sparing to take it even in their bed, a custom now chiefly indulged in by the Germans. Thus, he continues, you see that tobacco is a fantastical attractor and glutton feeder of the appetite, rather taken of many from wantonness when they have nothing else to do than of any absolute or necessary use. A most curious account of the increase of the tobacco trade in London is furnished in the following words by Barnaby Rich in his Onistic, what? Onistic of this age. I don't know what they say, y'all. 1614. There is not so base a groom that comes into an ale house to call for his pot, but he must have his pipe of tobacco. For it is a commodity that is now as vendible in every tavern, wine, and ale house as either wine, ale, or beer. And for apothecary shops, grocer's shops, chandler shops, they are almost never without company, that from morning till night. So not only is he showing y'all that, tobacco is due to them, but so was distilled spirits, because they only have wine, ale, and beer. Okay. I think when they said pot, they meaning his pot of beer or pot of ale. Y'all see here, there's another illustration of a distiller in America. Say Foster's Best Virginia Tobacco at Winslow, who likewise distills brandy and waters and sells at reasonable rates. Y'all see who back there doing the work, right? But who's taking credit? Foster. Just like Jack Daniel, just like George Thorpe. Again, all sorts of English grain, and this is coming from John Ogilvy. All sorts of grain are now common there and yield a great increase as wheat, rye, barley, oats, peas, and beans. Although there are native species of everything that he just said, wheat, and I got another source because I also do research on indigenous American food. But wheat, rye, barley, and oats, there are sources, where they actually tell you that they were here. They were already here. And yeah, when you look into native species of plants, yes, there's native wheat, rye, barley, oats, peas, and beans. But anyway, And they make good beer of wheat or barley malt after the English mode is made, even in the meanest families there. Some drink beer of Indian corn, others of the stalks thereof, or of the chips of the pocky cherry tree, which is the cherry tree. Y'all, that sounds so good. A cherry drink. Oh my gosh. Anyway, all which make a sort of fresh and pleasant drink. I can imagine. But the general diet of the country is now English, as most agreeable to their constitutions. There are a few able planters that at present, but what are plentifully supplied with all sorts of summer and winter fruits, also of roots and herbs, of all sorts out of their gardens and orchards, which they have planted for their profit as well as pleasure. They have pears, apples, plums, peaches, and in great abundance, and as good as those of Italy. And so are their melons, pumpkins, apricots, cherries, figs, pomegranates. Did y'all say that America has pomegranates? And fine, there is scarce any fruit or root that grows in England, France, Spain, or Italy, but have been tried there and prospers well. So, to conclude, y'all, the next time that y'all see these pictures here, y'all should know that it's the ones that's standing next to them that are the owners. They're the craftsmen, the creators, not the inventors, not the finders, but the creators. Just like they sold that tobacco, they sold these spirits. Okay. Now this is an exception. He's not the owner here. They are. But yeah. And this is also an interesting one. This is coming from a book talking about distillation. Look who's behind them. And y'all notice it's probably a grown man. If it is a child, I'm guessing he's his apprentice. But this could also be a grown man, and they drawing him short to uh portray the message that he's inferior. But yeah, the art of distillation here, behold, more perfect than before taught by tenfold. It's another one here. I'm just showing y'all, some images. Now I wonder what them weed concoctions, what they talking about. Because we also grew hemp here. So yeah. Make him small. Liquor and cigars. See? Liquor and cigars. All right. And then we used to flavor the tobacco. Y'all, that Virginia cherry, that sounds good. I don't know what grandma's nosegay is, but if it make your nose happy, it's probably that booger sugar. I ain't sure though. It might just be snuff. Okay. But because y'all know we used to take that coca leaf that grows in the West Indies, like shit grow in Georgia. That's where coke. Yeah, we're gonna have to do another one. I'm gonna have to do another deep dive on like American inventions and stuff, and particularly food inventions, you know. Um because Coca-Cola, like so many other corporations, are enriched because of taking knowledge from the American Indian, the knowledge of using that Yapan holly to make that black drink, the cola wine. Yeah, man. They use the Yapan holly, which is a close kin to the coca leaf. And yes, they did used to put coke in coke. That's why they stopped. Yeah, vote with bad because it didn't taste the same, because it wasn't the same. It was significantly different. But yeah, Here's some rum ads from Martinique. You see the head wrap like that dude that they were talking about, the oil painting how he had on his head. I'm like, where did you get this from, sir? Oh, look, they got the sugar cane in the background. You see, they called it rum with a H, like Sacker rum. And it's another one here. We are also finding out that some of these figures in those old paintings are whitewashed and are actually dark skinned by their written descriptions. Absolutely. Absolutely. Old Rom Jana. I'm gonna have a look into that. Old Rom Jana. What that mean? Jana. What is Jana? Yeah. Rom Navigator. See the elite ladies in the background with a Alexander Hamilton looking dude, you know. La negrita, la negrita, la negrita, hey, la negrita, la negrita, hey, with her hoops saying and her pearls, but they just glass beads. Yeah, yeah. Her anklets are gold anklets, looking very, very American Indian. Look, y'all. Rum of St. James. If y'all look at this, let me see if I can make this bigger because this was interesting too. Okay. All right, I can't make it no bigger. Anyway, y'all look close, look real hard. Get up on your screen. Y'all can see. This says Village Indian Day St. James of the Indian village of St. James. Do y'all see those peoples? Do you see them? If you can see them, then you can see that they look just like her. They look just like her. The Indian village on the St. James. And I think the St. James is in Jamaica or something. Where is it? I don't know. But yeah, yeah. Now they say these the niggas of St. James. They look just like the Indians. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's the sugar house. Look at that beautiful river. And I'm pretty sure that they use the river for hydroelectricity or hydropower to power this here mill. Absolutely. Best believe it. But yeah, y'all. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So um I know we went all around the world, but I do hope that you now understand that not only are we the inventors of distilled spirits that they call, liquors like whiskey and rum, etc., but we also are the creators of the chemistry or the alchemistry that you use to get a distilled spirit. And we brought these creations to the rest of the world, and they absolutely have our ancestors to thank for every fucking thing that they have. So yeah, I really appreciate y'all for hanging in here with me. Y'all have been with me for over 7 hours. And I'm so thankful to y'all for coming through and not letting me be the only one that had seen this. Cause when I found this book, y'all, Nova Reperta, when I found this book, I had to get this out to y'all. I had to. This was incredibly important, especially when I seen that word down there. This word. When I found out what that meant, when that means to find, man, there was no way that I couldn't do this. Cause I don't go live on Sunday. I go live on Wednesday for Way Back Wednesday, where we, watch old movies and see what is in the past that today has been scrubbed out. Cause I be finding a lot of stuff in these old movies that, they don't tell you today. They didn't pretty much, and they didn't brainwash the hell out of us. But we though, y'all in here with me. Oh, thank you, Nate. Dang, thank you. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I really, really do. Y'all are, man, thank you for real. Because I just don't want to be the only one that know this. I don't want to be the only one that haven't seen this. And I'm gonna put this in the chat again for y'all so that y'all, if y'all want to look at it, you can do it yourself. But y'all are researchers, so I know y'all probably already found it on your own, just from knowing the title. So again, thank y'all for sitting with me for this long as we circumnavigated the globe. Okay, as we went all the way around the world so that I can show you why the theories that we have should not only be theories, but they should be fact. They should be law, and they should be talked about. America should be talked about. It's time, man. It's time for y'all, or not y'all, but it's time for them to stop lying. It's time for them to stop lying about what it is and go ahead and tell the truth. Like y'all losing out on what you thought you had anyway. So why not? Why not? Why keep up the lie? It ain't served them well at all. But that's it, y'all. Um y'all, stay tuned because this channel is really about to blow up. I'm working on something right now on my next build. Y'all know I already did Apocalypto, where I sparsed that movie out. And the next one that I'm doing is kind of a surprise, but I think I might tell y'all today as a reward for sticking with me. But next I'm doing Serpent in the Rainbow, y'all. And we're gonna get into some ancient mysticism, okay? And yeah. Thank you, Ambush Predator. So y'all stay tuned, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Please like this video. Like this, listen. Y'all ain't gonna find this too many other places. Like this video, okay, so that other of our people can see this. Cause this need to go viral. I know it won't, cause the information up in here dangerous. But like the video so it can be pushed out to other people who know what the truth is. Okay. Y'all hit your notification bell so that you know when I go live on Wednesday for Way Back Wednesday. I think Sharice is gonna be. I don't know if Sharice in the chat, but I think Sharice gonna be picking out this one this week. And yeah, we gonna go in on the voodoo so that hopefully by Sunday y'all will be seeing my breakdown of Serpents and the Rainbow. So again, thank y'all for coming out. I hope y'all have a beautiful night and y'all enjoy the rest of y'all weekend and have a renewed mind to start the week again. Oh, thank you for sharing, Ambush Predator. Yeah, share the video, like the video, all of that. All of that. But yeah, y'all have a beautiful night. Peace to you. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye.